Injector Cup Kit with a threaded torque lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers. And we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, I'm trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
Alrighty, let's see here. That was kind of an inopportune time. Yes. Well, welcome aboard. Let's get it together here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yes, another quiet night outside the secret bunker here. It's been a few days since we've seen any rain. Looks like maybe as we head toward the weekend, we might get an opportunity for the grass to get some water finally. So looky there, where we at? We're closing out a hump day. We'll make our way into a Thursday, 6th day of August. Here in 2026. Trust your week's going well. All right, we do see a little more activity tonight when it comes to the traveler's weather than we've seen in several days. It's been a pretty good week for moving freight around the country. We'll kick things off with some showers in the northeastern portions of New Mexico tonight. Some spotty showers elsewhere in southern portions of New Mexico. Several clusters of showers and thunderstorms, eastern Kansas, on up into northern portions of Missouri. Doesn't look like we're seeing anything as far as severe weather in the mix. Some spotty showers in western portions of Indiana. A little rain up in portions of central and southern Michigan tonight, then on over to Pennsylvania. Rain in State College at this hour. Some scattered showers in the mix, maybe going to be rolling over toward Harrisburg. Spotty showers off and on from, say, Allentown to Patterson there in New Jersey. And in the southeastern portions of the country, several lines, a little cluster of thunderstorms in south central South Dakota, right on up into southern portions of North Dakota, along the South Carolina, North Carolina line. More spotty showers back into portions of central Georgia tonight. We're going to be kicking off what they say is going to be a relatively busy pattern of showers and thunderstorms for parts of the central and eastern U.S. here right through the end of the week. Some areas could see several inches of rain in just a few short hours. One area being highlighted is a stretch across parts of the plains and the Midwest through the day coming our way here Thursday. That would include the Chicago area. We're looking at a really slow-moving frontal system that's going to be triggering some of those showers and thunderstorms. Heavy rain over the same locations for hours because of the slow movement of the frontal system. Some of those storms along that front already underway, as we were just mentioning, through Wednesday night, stretching from areas from, say, the Texas, Oklahoma panhandles, all the way up into west central Illinois. Meanwhile, moisture increasing from Florida and the northeastern Gulf Coast northward through the Appalachians along the eastern seaboard here. That's why we're seeing some of those showers in parts of the Carolinas on up into Pennsylvania. All right, paired with the uptick in moisture and humidity, we're going to be warming up again. Temperatures, heat indices may be approaching 100 degrees again here. Showers and thunderstorms tending to develop in a north to south corridor along the western edge of that area of high pressure that's parked off the east coast. Some of those storms could bring some gusty winds and maybe some tree damage, localized power outages. Similar to the setup over parts of the heartland, repeated or slow-moving thunderstorms could dump several inches of rain in just a few hours' time. Flash flooding becomes a concern. Most storms developing during the afternoon and early evening hours. Can't rule out a heavy rain downpour realistically at any time of day, morning or evening. Similar patterns have occasionally allowed some weak tropical disturbances to move into the southeast from the Atlantic or the northern Caribbean. AccuWeather forecasters say they're going to be monitoring that region as we continue to see a very quiet Atlantic hurricane season. But otherwise, we pretty much continue through, what do you call it, the dog days of summer. More heat and humidity, keeping the east on the warm side. Going to be sweating right on into mid-August with the daily thunderstorms kind of rolling through that region. The steamy, stormy pattern pretty much in stark contrast to much of the western half of the nation, where they continue to do this hot stretch and dry conditions that continue to fuel wildfires. Folks in the east may need to plan trips to pools, lake, and beaches around the thunderstorms. Biggest thing that's going to limit how hot it will get with those daily drenching thunderstorms. Those storms likely to form in the afternoon and evening. There's going to be a general uptick in temperatures through the end of the week here with parts of the mid-Atlantic and the southeast staying on the steamy side right through the middle of August. Philadelphia, for example, recorded their 29th 90-degree or higher day on Tuesday this week, and you're forecast to continue that right through Thursday and maybe on into next week. At least one heat wave defined in that part of the country as 3 or more consecutive days of 90 degrees or higher may be in the offing there. Raleigh, North Carolina, Tuesday was a relatively cool day, 83 for the high, a little below average for this time of year. The break, not going to last long, a run of 90-degree days beginning here probably later today and may carry right through the third weekend of August. Get ready for a protracted stretch of heat. Of course, it's not just the heat, but the humidity. That same factor is what's going to be helping thunderstorms bubble up in the afternoon hours. For most folks, it'll feel at least 5 degrees higher than the actual thermometer reads during this hot stretch. That means heat indices, upper 90s to around 100 degrees. Maybe the most dangerous will be the limited relief we see during the overnight hours. Due to the high humidity, temperatures are not really going to drop much below the 70s for most areas overnight. Some of the inner cities, the urban areas, you may even stay about 80 degrees or higher during the overnight hours. Research shows that average nighttime low temperatures are warming at a quicker rate than the daytime highs. And that can really contribute to the mortality for those who are maybe homeless in a heat wave, can't find a cool place. Yeah, one area that could emerge relatively unscathed from the heat and humidity will be parts of the Great Lakes and northern New England. You should enjoy a few shots of cooler, less humid Canadian air. Saranac Lake in the Adirondacks of New York, you'll be among the cooler spots as well. Daytime highs mostly in the 70s, right on through mid-August here. All right, out west, though, they're continuing to deal with wildfires, smoke, as some of the hottest weather in the country with the triple-digit heat searing the southwestern deserts. That's going to continue over the next week, maybe longer. The record-challenging heat then expected to shift back into central parts of the country for the middle portions of August here. Indeed, as they say, the dog days of summer. All right, good to have you on board. We'll welcome some of our friends in as we get set up for a Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
All right, probably missed the first few check-ins with our gremlin attack at the midnight hour. Hello, Jesse, though. Jesse Ferguson. How about Mark? Checking in from the UK out of the box. Morning, Steve. Looking forward to the show and all the great phone-in conversations. It's another day on the road here, hauling steel coil. Hello, Gary. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew on this Friday Eve. Well, there he is. It's been a few days since we've heard from Norman there. Somebody was asking about you the other night. Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. I had a cool morning. Had some rain overnights this week. Just enjoying the retirement. Getting ready for the bigger dig. A lot happening here. And said he's still doing some driving. All right, thanks for the update. Rubber Duck, home sweet home. Looks like he said, I polished off the ice cream, wide awake, no place to go. All right, ride safe out there, gang. How about Snuffy and Granny? Morning, Steve. Snuffy and Granny listening in from South Dakota. Some nice weather here. Got a delivery in Sioux City in the morning. Everybody be safe. And see ya. Bicycle. There's Philip checking in. Phil, that is, not Philip in Florida. Hopefully he's feeling better. He was a little under the weather there on our Wednesday morning. Top of the morning, Santa Claus, 80 degrees right now, Elk Grove, California. Kind of working out in the garage tonight. And on down the line, hello, Marianne is in the house. Everybody have a blessed day, as she always likes to say. Meanwhile, around the country, 844-3388. Now we'll get to some of the industry headlines, latest on the market updates. It looks like more and more Americans kind of getting fatigued with the ongoing Iran conflict. Latest numbers, not too encouraging. 88% of adults said we have not achieved the goals. 12% said they feel like we have. Those numbers, that's way down from even back in April. 3 out of 4 people saying it's not been worth the cost, with a mere 25% saying it has been. That's another deterioration from back in May when 72% simply said it wasn't worth the cost. I'll give you more on some of those numbers coming up here. Meanwhile, on to some of the industry headlines. Plenty to cover on that front. Let's start with, a recall. PACCAR recalling thousands of new Peterbilt and Kenworth trucks after discovering an electrical issue that could potentially shut down some critical components, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration documents. The recall affects nearly 6,000 PACCAR trucks of various models. Now, those trucks may have a power distribution center box contaminated with oil. That could cause a loss of driver power, anti-lock brake system function, impact exterior lighting, windshield wipers, or defogging. A damaged air compressor filter caused an oil leak during manufacturing, they say. If any of the above components fail, obviously that could result in an increased risk of an accident. If the anti-lock brake system fails, the ABS malfunction warning light will come on. There are no warning indicators for any of the other components, though. Looking at the model years, these are all model year 2027, they say. Kenworth T680, 880, 990. Peterbilt 536, 537. The 548, 579, and 589. Although thousands of trucks are part of the recall, PACCAR says that they believe very few will ultimately actually have the defect. Our safety and compliance team was first notified of the issue on July 13. About a week later, regulatory noncompliance was confirmed, and as of July 27, no warranty claims or field reports had been filed. No injuries to report related to the defect at this point. PACCAR trucks that are part of the recall should have their power distribution center box serial numbers inspected and replaced by a dealer. Letter notifying owners affected trucks of the safety risk going to be mailed out here probably latter portion of September. And then another letter will be sent out once a final remedy is available. Guess still working on how to fix it, all right? Well, I would call it a rather unusual partnership. A major IndyCar team entering into a multi-year partnership with one of the leading autonomous truck technology companies. On August 4, the Indianapolis-based Arrow McLaren IndyCar team announcing that the driverless truck company Aurora Innovations Incorporated has become an official partner. As part of the partnership, the Arrow McLaren team kit will feature Aurora branding starting at the Portland International Raceway this weekend, as a matter of fact. For the 2027 season, Aurora branding will be featured on driver fire suits and the engine cover of the number 6 Arrow McLaren Chevrolet. Now, the partnership announcement did not make any mention of using Aurora's driverless truck technology to haul race cars or equipment. But according to the official announcement, we're excited to welcome Aurora to our team. This partnership is a natural fit as both of our organizations understand the value of innovation, safety, and reliability. We look forward to partnering with Aurora as they continue to grow and shape the future of transportation. That was the official word from the president at Arrow McLaren IndyCar team. So as I said, it sounds kind of like an unusual partnership, but I guess at the end of the day, it's got to be money. If you're partnering, that means they don't offer any numbers, but the autonomous trucking company, Aurora, is obviously forking over some big bucks to have their logo. I guess trying to garner some, I guess, recognition, name recognition for the autonomous trucks out there, which we continue to see more and more of. All right, quickly, as we roll toward Newsbreak, phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Why do we continue to see so many big trucks striking low overpasses or bridge overpasses, bridge strikes? Last week, especially in New York, a lot of the state police conducted an enforcement effort, part in a statewide bridge hit mitigation campaign. The focus was really on the Long Island parkways. I'll give you more on that. Can't help but wonder, a lot of these, are these individuals who cannot read the English, can't read the numbers, the signs? More after this. First, news, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States and Iran are talking after he called off planned strikes, but Tehran disputes that.
We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk. And then they said, we never said that.
Iranian officials say no negotiations are currently underway over reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says Iran is showing respect and the talks are continuing. The Trump administration is moving to close several smaller U.S. consulates overseas, including the American consulate in Winnipeg, Canada. The State Department says the closures are part of an effort to reduce costs and shift resources towards larger diplomatic missions. It was a mixed day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A brand new day coming our way. Yeah, headed down the back end of another work week here. Thursday already. I'll take it. Hey, who else checking in here? How about it, Iron Duck? Checking in from Nacogdoches, Texas this morning. Later this morning, I'll be delivering a load of steel They're in Katy, Texas. This load is heavy, 47,000 pounds. Right now, 81 degrees. Keep the rubber side down. All right, be careful out there, Iron Duck. Yeah, that's a dangerous biz. Hauling that steel, don't slam on the brakes, right? Hello, Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 80 degrees. Orlando, turnaround number 2. Yeah, the audio gremlins are killing us. Gotcha. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. How about Jason passing through Indianapolis with 78 degrees at this hour, partly cloudy, dry roads. On the way to the Buckeye State, another load of alfalfa this morning. All right, we'll get the rest of the story. In New York, the bridge strike task force that ran last week focused on reducing bridge and overpass strikes involving commercial vehicles, education, and targeted enforcement. Of course, commercial vehicles are prohibited from traveling on Long Island parkways. They were designed for passenger vehicles, and many have those low bridge clearances. Nonetheless, all too often, commercial vehicles constantly finding their way onto those parkways. During this campaign, 48 commercial vehicle inspections, 4 placed out of service for safety violations, 67 tickets being issued. Also, as part of the operation, troopers were handing out educational materials, reminding truckers you could face a fine of up to $10,000 for a bridge strike there. They also conducted recent commercial vehicle enforcement on the Taconic State Parkway. Results there, 114 citations for violations of the parkway rules prohibiting commercial vehicles from operating on the parkway system. Just stay off the parkways. Freight waves, all right, breaking it down. Shipper liability takes another Texas setback. The legal push, as we've been following, to hold shippers liable for accidents involving trucks that are hauling their freight, even when they didn't hire the carrier directly, suffered another setback this week as a Texas appeals court sided with the aircraft manufacturer Atlas Aerospace in a fatal 2018 Kansas crash case. Now, this would be the second recent Texas decision rejecting shipper liability, vicarious liability as they call it, after the Supreme Court decision that cleared Home Depot in a similar case that involved a Werner driver back in May. In the Atlas case, the Court of Appeals for the 8th District in El Paso upholding the lower court's finding that plaintiffs, relatives of 2 men killed when Atlas freight was being hauled through Kansas, presented no evidence that Atlas controlled which carrier, tractors, or drivers were being used to move the goods, according to the judge. The argument conflates affirmative acts and passive omissions, and that not opting into carrier selection lacks the affirmative quality that's necessary to constitute prevention absent a legal duty to act. Now, this right on the heels as C.H. Robinson goes on the offensive over a separate, unrelated case. That's the $604 million nuclear verdict in the Leip versus Lupus Superior case. The first judgment handed down after the Supreme Court's Montgomery versus Caribe ruling, stripping brokers of the FAA defense. This week, C.H. Robinson published a question and answer document reiterating that they're appealing the verdict and kind of rebutting rumors about the crash, stating, we did not employ the driver, choose the driver, contact the driver, operate the truck, or control the actions of the driver involved in said accident. CEO Dave Bozeman addressed the case directly on their second quarter earnings call. And the broker has repeatedly noted that carrier Lupus Superior actually held a satisfactory federal safety rating both before and after that crash in 2021. And they had used that carrier for some 270 other loads without incident before that particular fatal accident occurred. So, end of the day, two favorable Texas rulings on shipper liability kind of give brokers and shippers a stronger legal argument to lean on. But they don't resolve the separate, much larger question that's hanging over C.H. Robinson's appeal, which is whether a broker can be treated as a carrier's employer for liability purposes. That would be a precedent that could reshape how brokers price and manage risk industry-wide. All right, we hear the ongoing talk. Well, are we having discussions? Are we not having discussions? Are we working on a deal? Deal or no deal? Back and forth as the case continues to be. I think this is really what it's coming down to. We know there are all these splinter factions that think they're running the show. You've got the so-called Iranian president, the guy that was actually elected after the previous president died in a plane crash a couple of years ago, right? So the president doesn't really run the country, as we know. We said at the time, the president pretty much takes his orders from the supreme leader, the Ayatollah. The Iranian president yesterday saying that actually holding communication with the supreme leader, who is being very reclusive, has become very difficult, adding to some of the signs of strain with Iran's leadership, after reports said that the Ayatollah recently told the president he would accept his resignation if he would resubmit it. Peshkian, I believe is the way you pronounce his name. Masoud Peshkian. The Ayatollah has not been seen, as we know, in public since replacing his father, who was killed in one of those first strikes back on February the 28th. Of course, he was also reported to have been seriously injured in that attack. The Jerusalem Post yesterday reporting that the Islamic regime has avoided releasing any sort of audio recordings of the supreme leader. Report Monday by the Tehran-affiliated Iranian Daily asserting that recordings were being withheld for fear of possibly revealing the supreme leader's location and condition. They kind of outlined 5 ways that a recording could potentially reveal his location. As they said, acoustic signatures, electrical grid interference, audiophile imprints, equipment noise, and stress patterns in the supreme leader's voice. Meanwhile, Peshkian's comments came after a phone call earlier this past day with the political bureau chief of the Iranian-backed terror group Hamas. According to Iranian state media, he told the Hamas leader that Tehran would support any initiative or key decision by Palestinian leaders during indirect negotiations between Hamas and Israel. Meanwhile, Iran International, a London-based Persian language outlet, reporting that the Iranian president was warned through one of the supreme leader's relatives by marriage that his next resignation will be accepted. Now, if he resigns one more time, says the supreme leader, I will approve it. I will write approved underneath, and that'll be the end of it. According to the reports, going back late May, the Iranian president, Peshkian, had apparently submitted an official resignation letter to the Khamenei's office, saying his government had been excluded from major decisions and hardline Revolutionary Guard factions had taken control of state affairs. A source familiar with the letter said at the time that he argued he could no longer fulfill his constitutional responsibilities and requested at the time permission to leave office. I guess at the time, and going back to late May, the supreme leader denied that resignation. So if we're talking to the likes of the Iranian president, we, U.S., Oman, whoever it is, because Iran's saying, no, we're not talking to the U.S., we're talking to Oman, but they admit they are having talks. But if you're talking to the actual president, you're not going to get anything officially done. The supreme leader, again, making the calls. He's given the orders to the likes of the IRGC leadership there in Iran. So that's kind of what we've been saying all along, that whoever we are talking to, you're getting a different story from the other side, whoever it is that is actually maybe running the show that we're not actually talking to. So, the confusion factor runs very deep. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Trust your week's going well. Won't be long. We'll be rolling into the weekend. All right, shout out to our friend Matthew there in Missouri, checking in. Had a chance to watch the Cards Wednesday night. And the Reds. Hey, NFL has the Hall of Fame game coming up here Thursday night. Right now, 75, cloudy skies in the best city in Missouri. There you go, O'Fallon, Missouri. I appreciate you checking in there, Matthew. Hey, not often do we get, hey, Pappy out of the box here on a Friday Eve. What's happening?
In the first hour.
Yes.
What the heck's going on here? No, I say I'm out on the back deck. I looked due east, and the moon was looking pretty cool. Man, Steve, some daggone clouds moved in now. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. It's real low to horizon too, right? That's when the moon will look big and it's got that orange tint to it. Yeah, you step out of the secret bunker, look due east. I'm guessing you step out the bunker door there, just look straight ahead. You might have to get away from that big tree. Look down at like Galbraith Road. You know, I don't know. But man, I was like, man, I gotta let him know. Let's check the moon out. But there's a haze. Kind of, I mean, you can see it, but it wasn't, man, it was really looking cool about 5 minutes ago. So what's going on? As far as the talk, Steve, you know what we should do? Whether they are talking. It'd be funny if they were talking, right? And they put their name on a dotted line, get out to John Hancock, and I guess maybe J.D. Vance breaks out the pen, gets ready to sign, says, no moth. No speak Iranian, and just tears up the paper. Gotcha. Sleep well tonight there, jarheads. I didn't mean to say jarheads. I mean to say something else like jihad heads or something. I don't know. No, man, I gave Knucklebuster a shout out, and I guess your damn system went down. Go ahead, Knucklebuster, if you happen to be listening. Steve, I mean, he earns that top badge, man, right? Dude calls not only from the hospital bed, from the ICU.
Right.
Right?
You know, I don't think I mentioned. I did. I gave him a call. I think it was maybe Tuesday, because somebody asked about him Monday, and I hadn't spoken to him since Friday. So he was actually still in the ICU when I talked to him. Apparently, I mean, I think he said something about the left lung still had the fluid that they wanted to go in. I think he was talking about going in with a needle to drain the fluid, whatever. And so I don't know. I guess the fluid, the big concern is, right, if that fluid just sitting there, if it goes septic, right, that's when things get ugly.
Yeah, man. You gotta get that out of there, man. Get pneumonia, all that nasty stuff.
Yep.
But, yeah, man, I was like, man, top edge to Knucklebuster. Even not to make fun of it, but even though he don't remember it, right?
Right. Yes.
Man, all right. Shout out to him, man. Hey, get well, buddy. Man, Steve, I had a cracked rib. Never had I don't know if his are actually like broke or fractured, you know. But man, I had a fracture, just a crack, you know. Man, fell one time building houses. Man, anybody that's had one, they know, dude. That's tough, man. Because it's every breath you take, Steve. You know what I mean?
And that's why you can't breathe. And I guess that's how your lungs start building up fluid. You can't get in. And I think he's got COPD as well. He said so. That's you put it all together. You know, I know he's got 4 ribs that are cracked. You know, like hairline cracks. But one was completely broken, not properly aligned. And he said they're not going to worry about it. Like they said, it'll fuse back together. You know, I was like, wow.
Man, he's a hurting pup, Steve.
Yep.
All I got to say is keep hitting that morphine button, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Man, Steve, he's a hurting puppy, man. There we go. That move's coming back out again. Perfect half move. Steve, we got a couple minutes here, I guess. Listen, the far left, Steve, they do not, how many times have I said this? They don't care about us. They don't care about their own, even. They'll throw anybody under the bus. It don't matter if you get in their way of trying to regain power or maintaining power. It's all they care about. Everything else is nothing but BS and brainwashing to get people to think something that ain't true.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The old gaslighting. Lie confidently, lie often. And the big kicker, hide the truth from the people. And how did they do that, Steve? You got a bitter taste in your mouth on this one too, my man. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that spoke out against the mask, against the jabs, against anything, didn't come from it didn't come from a bad. It came from a left. What did they do, Steve? They canceled your ass. They shut your Facebook page down. They would shut your YouTube page down.
They did. They actually, sure enough, did. Yep.
Or they might just kick you off the air, Steve. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? People lost their jobs, lost their livelihood, were forced into taking that shot. I'm not anti-vax, but you don't force it on people, right? We've said that all along. And there's Fauci and Rachel Maddow. If you take the shot, if you take the vaccine, it stops right here. No one else can get it. Schwarzenegger, I don't care about your rights. You don't have the right not to take it to jeopardize everybody else's safety. You wore the scarlet letter, brother.
And that went from one to another. I mean, all the Hollywood celebs, right? All the mainstream, the leftist media, they were all on that bandwagon. Hold the thought. We pause for news. A service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by Science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Tensions remain high between the U.S. and Iran as President Trump says discussions continue following his decision to halt strikes.
I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to kill people. I do not want to kill people. We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, please don't do it. Let's talk.
Iran says there are no talks with Washington and rejects Trump's claims about the Strait of Hormuz. A federal appeals court has ruled that the EPA cannot block billions of dollars in climate grants approved under a previous administration. The divided court said the Trump administration acted improperly in trying to terminate that program and recover funds already awarded. California Governor Gavin Newsom is calling out President Trump after his rare visit to California.
Newsom issued a statement on Tuesday criticizing Trump for taking 18 months to come back to the state. Newsom also says he hopes President Trump's visit brings long overdue federal recovery funding directly to the families rebuilding after the LA wildfires. Trump spoke at an RNC fundraiser at his golf club in Rancho Palos Verdes. It was his second visit to California of his second term. The first came early in the term, following the devastating Palisades and Eaton fires in January of 2025. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Arizona Governor Kitty Hobbs is reportedly reaching across the aisle for a running mate.
The New York Times reports the Democratic governor will choose Republican and former Mesa Mayor John Giles as her running mate in November's election. Giles was thrust into national news during the previous presidential race when he urged Arizona GOP members to vote against President Trump. The Times report comes after Hobbs announced the Arizona Over Party Coalition, which includes dozens of current and former GOP and independent leaders. In Arizona, I'm Wendy Swanson.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
An appeals court has upheld a Florida child performance law.
A federal appeals court has upheld Florida's law restricting minors from attending live performances deemed obscene for children, including some sexually explicit drag shows. The ruling says the state has a legitimate interest in protecting minors, while opponents argue the law is overly broad and could restrict constitutionally protected expression. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
A new lawsuit claims posting the 10 Commandments in public schools violates the newly passed Parents' Rights Amendment, which gives parents the right to make decisions concerning the child's upbringing.
But some don't think it will work.
Parents don't have a constitutional right to remove historically significant subjects from the public school curriculum.
Jonathan Coffey with Texas Values has long argued the Bible needs to be highlighted in schools as a way to teach kids about the foundations of Western thought. There have been several attempts to block the posters, but all failed in the courts. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
West Texas Intermediate crude is the domestic benchmark for crude oil, selling at $76 a barrel, while Brent crude, the foreign benchmark's at $80 a barrel. A Spider-Man movie screening in Colombia was briefly evacuated after an intense odor filled the theater. Reports say moviegoers suspected flatulence from an audience member that caused that smell, forcing staff to clear the auditorium before the screening resumed. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Ew! Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, what do you say? Ready or not, a brand new day comes our way. How about a Thursday? Here we go. Time zone to time zone, 6th day of August. Yeah, continue to kind of roll through the dog days of summer. Yeah, we'll check some of our current late evening or early morning temperatures around the country. Yeah, continue cooking out west, that's for sure. As that heat dome continues to expand to the north. And meanwhile, we left off with Pappy there. Just last week, Pappy brought up the artist there in New York, Scott Lebedo. Man, oh man, I saw some of the video. I guess they caught it. Yeah, it was all caught on people's cell phones and whatnot. He had been announcing throughout the day, I'm going to, this Mondami guy is going to come out there and try to be saying he supports law enforcement and blah, blah, blah. So he's there. Mondami's on stage. I haven't got to hear what he was, but he was screaming and yelling from out there in front of the stage. And 2 minutes later, he's lying in the grass. He got so worked up, he sent himself into a heart attack.
Yes, he did, Steve. That's exactly what happened. I mean, you've seen his videos. Anybody knows who we're talking about. The man, he's more passionate than Eagle.
Yep, it's an adamant American supporter. I mean, I think he's an Italian immigrant, but he's all about America. And he's a big, staunch Trump supporter. I guess they updated yesterday. He said, I actually died for 2 minutes. I guess if it weren't for the fact he was at that event that probably had, first responders on scene, big outdoor event there, they were able to get out the paddles and bring him back, I guess. I mean.
Yeah, man. Steve, I know that's what happened. That Mondami, man, damn it, guy, got him so pissed off, man. It hit him literally.
Yep.
I love his videos. He don't pull no punches, Another great American. He comes exactly like he said. He's Italian, man. It shows. Tell you another great American, Steve. Man that pretty much came from nothing and built a company out of his garage. Old Steve Belcher, right?
Yes, sir.
Man, Steve, if you're listening, I mean, this is a man, Steve, that if these young people, these youngsters, right, that have been brainwashed, would just look and open their eyes and stop believing the BS, right? That if you got the willpower and you got the energy and the physical capability to get out here and bust your ass and have a vision, there's no other country in the world, Steve, that you can make your dreams come true. That's a fact. And here you got Mr. Kudelki, who I had the pleasure of meeting up there on the 6th floor. Steve, he's literally mixing ingredients in a 55-gallon drum in his garage, right? Making quarts, 1 quart at a time, testing it, getting to that point to where he, excuse me, the dog's eating cat food. The food's over here in this bowl, but, and his vision keeps going. How many different products do those Hot Shots have?
Oh,
Steve?
man.
So, you know what I'm saying?
I've lost count. You got a whole catalog now.
And the thing is, they work, man. So he starts with a vision in his head. He uses his brain function, which brain dead doesn't have, that rolls down into his hands and creates this company to where it is today. And I don't know how much money he's worth, and I really don't care. But I think it's safe to say the man did very well for himself. You know what I'm saying? And anybody out here, unless you have some disability, Steve, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's things that can create problems for somebody attempting to do this. It just all depends. But, and hey, Steve, and we take care of these people. It's the American dream, man. You can make it happen. Just get your caboose out of the chair and go to work. Get to work, whether it's your own vision of working or whether it's working for somebody else. Doesn't matter, Steve. You can start out of high school, and you ain't getting much education in school these days. But one scenario, I guess, is you could get a job with, let's say, a heating and air company, right? Where they hire you on and you really don't know anything about heating and air. You start off as like an apprentice, you're hanging with some guy for a while, and finally you get trained enough where they can put you out on your own and recharge some, condensing units and do a little bit here and there. And as the years go by, you get more experience, right? Then you become an installer. Now you got a lot of experience, and who knows, Steve, maybe you're like, hey, maybe I'll start my own company, right? And I know a few people that have their own company. There's an electrician. I know a guy that has his own company, does a lot of commercial work too, and he's very well off, man. Very, very well off. And then heard Gavin, grease-haired Gavin. What was that commercial back in the day? A little dab will do you.
I remember that. Yep.
Criticizing Trump. Trump ain't coming out to California. He was promising federal money, Steve, for all them fires out there. Gavin's like, well, he's not giving us all the money he was promising. He ain't been out here. He's Steve. So he wants Trump to come out there, Give them more federal money for them to just take from the American people. That's what they're going to do. They're going to take your money and not put it to good use. They were going to take all this federal grant money or whatever, and we're going to give it to the people of the Palisades there and get them loans and do this and do that. And I don't know, say Trump gives them $100 billion, and next thing you know, 90 billion's missing. Just unbelievable. But Steve, listen, these people do not care about us. They don't. They could give two cabooses about us.
Mm-hmm.
All they want is power, so they can have control over us. Bongino made a good point. I don't know, yesterday, the day before, I don't know when it was. He's kind of saying the same thing. He was talking like the Second Amendment. You're everybody with all the Democrats hate this. No, they don't. They can give two craps about the Second Amendment, man. They love it. They love it, Steve. Well, I sure love it when that insurance executive got shot and killed. You didn't hear him bitching about the Second Amendment then. When the barrel's pointing at us and not them, they don't care about the Second. They're for it. They're all about the guns when they're pointing in the direction they want them to be pointed at. I didn't hear Democrats complaining about gun control when Charlie Kirk was shot. Not a mention of it, Steve. They don't care. It's about acting like they care and brainwashing these idiots, these stupid people. That's Bongino just come up with a T-shirt. Stupid's a choice. And on the back of the shirt, and don't be stupid. It's a choice, man, to believe some of the things that they spew out of their mouths. If you got any really common sense and just think of what they're saying, rather than just, if you choose to be stupid, So, yeah, back to how they control you, Steve. If they get, and here's the Democrats' problem right now. The Democrat Party is split in half. You got the jihadists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Democratic Socialists now that are trying to take over. Now, the other Democrats, like your Chucky Schumers, right? They got a dilemma here. And it sounds like they're starting to side with the Democratic Socialists. Kamala Harris. Chuckles is coming out, giving some interviews and whatnot, like she might run again. And Grump talked about it last night. Just increase the Supreme Court to 13, right? Some of these stupid anti-American ideas that these people have that would destroy this country. I think I don't even want to call them normal, the left Democrat, the far left Democrats, they think if they side with these jihadists and or the Democratic Socialists, right, by siding with them, that they might be able to regain power. And what they're going to find out is, Steve, if they side with these people are going to hang them from the highest gallows just like they would me or you.
Yep, hang them out to dry.
Hang them out to dry. So they want to get power. The jihad, they want the power to literally destroy this country and kill us. The radical Muslim religion, not all Muslims. There's radicals in every forms of life that walk this planet if you're a human being. The radical Islamic jihadists believe that they want world control, and if you don't capitulate, if you don't turn over to their belief and their ideal system, you are an infidel and you will be killed. It wasn't that long ago, Steve. How many videos did we see, right? Unedited, uncut. I mean, I've seen some pretty crazy stuff. I think I told you about that seminar I went to with the Bomb Squad where they captured all some video. But, Steve, remember the ISIS, right? Literally tying people up, hanging them by their hands and feet and setting them on fire, alive. All the beheadings, lining tens of people, 20 people up at a time and just shooting them in the back of the head. All them videos, do you remember that? Wasn't that long ago?
Oh yeah,
ISIS was off the hook, man. They want to kill us. So the Democratic Socialists want to control us. And how they control us? The old social credit score. They control how much money you can spend. They can control you, Steve. If you go to the gas pump, right, and there is no cash, right, they want to do it away with cash. They want everybody to have their little government-issued debit cards, right, that's where all your money's going to get deposited into. And when you go to the gas station and you want to pump a full tank of gas, and it's going to cost, I don't know, at today's prices, $50-$60 to fill up an average car, and it stops at 30. Hey, you already used your ration of gas for the month. You're not allowed to have any more. Steve, you don't think that can be done?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, go to the supermarket. What are they against, Steve? Well, they're trying to kill all the cows on this planet because they fart too much and contributing to the ozone. Steve, this is the kind of stuff I am talking about where anybody with common sense, man. I mean, think about it. Somebody tells you, hey, man, we got to extinguish all the cows and all the bulls. No more eating meat. Their farts are destroying the ozone. Oh, man, didn't think about that. Oh, yeah, I guess we ought to kill them all. Are you kidding me? Walk into Kroger's. You want to buy a couple steaks. Sorry. Or better yet, you walk into Kroger's and there ain't no steaks out. Right? What about this government grocery store that, man, damn it, wants to run? Steve, did you hear this? Did you hear this? Don't keep me on here for a couple more minutes and I'll get off here. So, Bongino played this clip of him giving a presser on the government grocery store, Rand grocery store, where they're going to control the prices, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so, you know, if a loaf of bread, the market is calling for a loaf of bread to cost $1.25, they're going to sell it for 50 cents because they're going to control the prices. And so, boy, doesn't that sound good to New Yorkers, though, if you're one of these stupid people that choose to be stupid? Wow, he's going to have this government-run grocery store where we only have to pay 50 cents for this loaf of bread. And so I don't want somebody in the audience, probably somebody from Fox, some journalist, if you want to call them that, actually asked the question, well, this, you know, this money, you're getting taking taxpayers' money. That reminds me of another thing. To run these government grocery stores, so you can control the price and charge everything at half price, and it's for New Yorkers. So what if somebody from New Jersey or, I don't know, somebody from Tennessee drives up here and says, hey, we're going to take advantage of this government ran grocery store where I only have to pay 50 cents for a loaf of bread and half price on everything, man. I'm going to take advantage of that. How are you going to stop people that don't live in New York? Steve, what was the answer?
ID.
Oh, look at ID. Steve, you can't make it this up, man. So if you choose to be an idiot, right? You choose to be stupid, and you don't need an ID to vote. That's stupid. These people, Steve, do not care. Whatever they control, whatever they can do to bullshit.
You're right.
All these stupid people,
yep.
Right, to make them think, hey, I'm getting something for half price here. I'm getting something for free. Real quick, one more thing, Steve. Sorry, man. So there's this leftist. Forget his name. He's an economist, but he's a capitalist, right? Bongino played this clip. The guy's he's a left whacked out, stupid Democrat, but he's actually a capitalist, and his economic views, right, are pretty decent. So he was talking about this new tax that, man, damn it, wanted to put on for the wealthy people, right? The rich ain't paying their fair share, Steve. You go around and ask these stupid people, and hey, the rich people aren't paying no taxes, man. Yeah, you're right. They don't pay nothing, man. So, and this dude voted, right, for this tax on the wealthy. Guess what? He was on a podcast moaning and groaning because they sent out a letter to all the people that this was going to affect, like 90,000 people.
Right.
His name was on that list. He got that letter. He opened it up and he goes, well, wait a minute. My name's on this list. And I voted for this thing. This is BS. How the hell is my name on this list? I didn't vote to take more money out of my pocket. These people, man. Steve, hopefully this PSYOP, this brainwashing, man, I said this a couple of weeks ago, we got to take control of our education system. This has to stop. Has to. All right, brother, man, I have really taken all your time, enough of your time here. I really appreciate it, but I needed to vent, wanted to get this off my chest. And shout out to Knuckle Buster. And, hey, good calls by Grump last couple nights, man. You know, me and him share the same. He articulates it a lot better than I do. I'm just a flatfoot, Steve. Carry a gun for a living, man. Right? I'm not too much educated here, but Grump, man, good calls. Vic, everybody, Eagle, passionate, great American. I get it, Eagle. Just simmer it down a little bit. Well, simmer down now. You'll be okay. All right. Take care, Steve. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you much, Pappy. Have a great morning. There you go. 844-844-3388. How about Michael checking in? Good morning, all. Paris, Ohio. Just finished up for the night. 70 degrees, muggy, a little fog, a little cloud cover here in northeast Ohio. Got hammered by heavy rain earlier. Oh, and speaking of non-English drivers, I posted in the fan group of one of those geniuses. We've had 4 accidents, semi-accidents, in Podunk, Salem, Ohio. I just had the joy of watching this one. All right, have a great day. Be safe. All the drivers out there and all the listeners, news a service of Industrial Injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States and Iran are talking after he called off planned strikes, but Tehran disputes that.
We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk. And then they said, we never said that.
Iranian officials say no negotiations are currently underway over reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says Iran is showing respect and the talks are continuing. The Trump administration is moving to close several smaller U.S. consulates overseas, including the American consulate in Winnipeg, Canada. The State Department says the closures are part of an effort to reduce costs and shift resources towards larger diplomatic missions. It was a mixed day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Shout out to Gary Montgomery, 72 degrees Southwest Ohio this morning. There's Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, with 71 degrees. A lot of rain again yesterday. Yeah, I was headed over to unload. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, there was a change of plan. I'm no longer going to Dallas. Instead, I'm going to load Tuesday and head to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho for a Sunday delivery, then pick it up the following Tuesday. Like 11 o'clock in the evening. I guess I'll just stay another night at the hotels. Head home back next Wednesday. Wildcat had a nice dinner with friends at the barbecue joint there in Atlanta. All right, went back to the house, played some euchre. Got a meeting later today, then I'll go fuel up the truck, do some scheduling. Everybody have a great night, and be safe out there. And then, of course, following up, Pappy was talking about success stories and the whole Chris Gabrelchik, the creation of Hot Shot Secret. He said, I think Chris is a genius in the field of tribology. He's created one of the best products I've ever used. Is he still involved in his tire hog machine? You know, it's been quite a while since I've actually spoke to Chris, and last time I did speak to him, he was having a lot more difficulty getting that thing up and running than he thought he was going to have. Best of my knowledge, though, I think he's still working to get that done. All right, Daniel, morning, everybody. I hope you're having a good day, whether it's not too bad. 70s here by Jamestown, North Dakota. What society deems is normal behavior has definitely changed, because what was wrong, the liberals are now trying to tell you that the way to live life, they don't want you to have a job or decent values anymore. All right, it is Billy checking in there. Howdy, Steve, in the overnight drive, 78 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. What do you say? Happy Friday Eve. All right, we'll see if Eagle hanging in there on a Thursday. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Before I get started on talking about Donald Trump and this war and the assassination attempt, I want to talk about. I drove across the state of Indiana yesterday on Interstate 70, and I've told you this several times in the past. Indiana ought to be ashamed of themselves for the condition of Interstate 70. All you do is tear up your equipment. If there was any way I could have got to my destination without getting on that miserable road, I would have done it. It's a damn shame. And it's been like that for years, Indiana, and they collect taxes. They got some of the highest fuel prices in America in Indiana. Somebody is putting money in their pocket and not doing what they're supposed to do in Indiana. Simple as that. You could go down to Texas where I live at, and the roads is like riding on glass. The roads are so smooth, you could drive. And that's the way roads are supposed to be in America. Last time I checked, we was in the United States, not Mexico. And you shouldn't have to drive on roads that are in the same condition as a third world country is. So, like I said, Indiana, they ought to be ashamed. Whoever the governor is, mayor, whoever the governor is, then he ought to be ashamed of himself. And that previous governors or whoever's been in, somebody is not doing their job, and they need to be fired immediately. Because all they're doing is tearing up equipment, trucks, suspensions, the whole deal. You shouldn't have to travel on roads like that in 2026. It's an embarrassment. Now, getting to the situation with Donald Trump. Okay, my advice to Donald Trump, and I gave this advice a long time ago after the second or third attempt on Donald Trump. Hey, I understand you like to play golf, but Donald Trump needs to stay away from a golf course, Steve. There was another man that was evaluating Donald Trump's golf course in California over the last day and a half ago, and luckily some people that worked there noticed this man that was suspicious was doing some surveillance, and he was found to have a gun. This guy here was going to try to have an assassination attempt on Trump. They found some material in his house when they went to his house, some writings that he had wrote about Trump. Like I said before, Trump, hey, I understand you like to play golf, but you better figure out something other way to enjoy yourself. Because see, Steve, it puts too much strain on the Secret Service. You know how hard it is to guard 18 holes. You know how much acreage you have to cover to guard a golf course. How many Secret Service agents you have to have is too dangerous. It puts the Secret Service people under too much stress. Donald Trump needs to stay away from these golf courses because there's too much danger out there. He's the most hated man in the world. There's nobody that's hated as much as Donald Trump. Nowhere. And you already see Iran has a hit on the man. I forgot how much money it was. Iran wants him eliminated. You would think that would be enough to keep him off the golf course because Iran is definitely looking for him. So Trump, best if he's smart, he stay away from the golf course situation. Now, getting on with the other deal with Iran, Steve, another day, no deal. Just like I told you. And then when you go off the radio tomorrow, I told you that earlier this week, Friday night, whatever you want to call it, at 5 o'clock, we still won't be no deal. And when you come back on Sunday night, it won't be no deal either because there's no negotiations going on at this point, Steve. Just that simple. And like I said, like we talked about last night, even if there is a deal, it's not going to be worth the paper that it's written on because these people are liars and cheats and snakes. Now, to get to this situation that's really disturbing me the most, I just looked at some videos while you had me on hold. I didn't even know this took place, and I don't even go to that area, even though I've spent a lot of time there when I was a young kid in the state of Michigan. What I seen over the weekend that just took place over the weekend in Michigan is a damn shame, Steve. With Dearborn, Michigan, where these people had the audacity to walk down and protest in the middle of the streets of Dearborn, Michigan. You would have thought you was in Tehran, Iran. At the video, these people got the full sheets on. They got the full headdress on, Sharia law. These people have basically taken over the whole city of Dearborn. It's an embarrassment.
And I'm not sure. I haven't confirmed, but I did see one report that said at one point in time, some of them broke out in that chant of "Death to America." Did you hear any of that?
No, I didn't see that part, but I saw where they attacked a man that was protesting, an American citizen that was protesting. They were throwing rocks at him, and they had to have him, or the police had to literally block the car. You might be able to see the video. They were throwing rocks at this man. They were trying to kill this man in his own country, Steve. This is sickening. We've been talking about Dearborn, Michigan for a long time, and same thing with Minneapolis, Minnesota. But Dearborn is way out of control. And like I said, Donald Trump, I don't know if all these people are legal, but Donald Trump needs to send some ICE people in there and find out who's legal and who's not legal. And if you hate, like I've told you this so many times, Steve, if you hate the United States that much, my man, you need to get the hell out of here and go back where you come from because we don't want you. You want to say death to America, that should be immediately be kicked out of the country if your words even uttered to come out of your mouth and you burn American flag. I've talked to you about that before, burning American flag, and I saw people doing that. This is uncalled for, Steve. The state of Michigan, the governor of Michigan ought to be ashamed of themselves, but I think they're probably a Democratic / socialist, communist, whatever the hell you want to call them anyway, so they're not going to do a damn thing about it. But this can't go on in America, Steve. We can't allow people to try to force their religion onto us and force us to live the way that they live, like Omar and these type of people. If you were so happy living the way you live, you should have stayed where you was at. We have our customs in America, and you're not gonna change mine. It may change some people, but they're not gonna change me. I will never bow down and make to another man's religion or another man's lifestyle in my own country. If I go to somebody else's country, then maybe I'll have to do that. But as long as I'm in the United States, I will never bow down to another man that's here, especially if he's here illegally. Definitely, that's definitely a no-no. So like I said before, anybody that's listening to me tonight, if you say you're not concerned, go look at that video that I just talking about from Dearborn, Michigan over the weekend, and you might get real concerned. And by the way, Steve, that guy that they were talking about, ain't that one guy from Michigan that just won the election today? You should have heard what he had to say about people mispronouncing his name. Well, I got news for you, my man. If you got offended by people mispronouncing your name, then change your name to an American name, and then you wouldn't have that problem. And I thank you for taking my call.
Okay, all right. Yeah, the president actually even spoke out about Saeed, that's who he's referencing there. President Trump pretty much kind of echoed what Grump's sentiment was. He felt like that's just going to cement a victory for that seat there in Michigan to the Republicans. There's got to be enough rational people there in Michigan. All right, so we can only hope and pray, right? Lone Ranger?
Good morning. I had a little bit of trouble finding the show. It's been so long. I usually just go on Facebook and hit, Steve Sommers live broadcast, and it comes up. It tried to make me get an app or something. Have things changed? You have to have an app now to listen?
Well,
what's the quickest way to get this show?
We've had the app on Facebook, YouTube. I don't know what. The app. Yeah, if you downloaded that, that's where you just click the button and it automatically plays.
Then the other mistake I made, I couldn't remember the phone number and I couldn't bring up the show, so I thought the phone number out of memory was 800-844-3388. Well, I was incorrect. It's 844-844-3388.
Yes.
But if anybody's lonely, dial 800-844-3388, and you get a recording about hot chicks that want to talk to you. So
about that?
No, I'm serious. You can do it. Anybody can do it. I thought, what the hell? Did Steve change his format? What the hell's going on here? So anyway, I'll give you a quick update on my health issue. August is do or die month. I had chemo Monday, chemo Tuesday, because this chemo is really strong, so they have to give it to you in 2 doses. But this is the last chemo. This is number 9. The first 8 have failed. So the doctor told me that this is it. So I've had 2 treatments, and then he saw some shrinkage, so he continued. If he hadn't seen any shrinkage, it was just goodbye. Time to go home. You're on your own.
Wow.
So now I have another scan at the end of August, and if that one doesn't produce any progress, then it's just sayonara, go home. Then I got to look into these horse pills, which I don't have a lot of faith in because they're for parasites, and I don't have parasites. So I actually asked the doctor, I said, how can I tell if I have parasites? He said, well, we have a CT scan, and we did a CT scan on your, your abdomen area. And he said, if there was parasites, they would have shown up in the CT scan, which I didn't know. So these horse pills I've heard some success stories, the ivermectin and medeninzole and fendens and all this stuff. So there's a doctor here close by that actually tells people to take them, which surprises me because medical doctor is not supposed to recommend anything that hasn't been through clinical testing. And none of these horse pills have. It's just people trying them out. So that'll be my next step if they send me home the end of August. But this is the big one. I got a couple of comments. This situation in Michigan, what happened there has happened in other cities too. The Muslims move in, few people, see if they're going to get accepted. If they get accepted, they move in more and then more and then more and then more and then more until they have enough people to vote in candidates that are also Muslim. The other thing they do is once they're there and established, they get on the town council and they get on the police force. They showed one cop who came, Somalian. He wanted to put a patch on his uniform, something to do about Sharia law, and they wouldn't let him. And the town council, they make decisions that benefit the Somalians. They're not Somalians, they're Muslims. Somalians are in Minnesota. And that's how they take control, and that's why nothing gets done. They probably have, I think the police chief is actually a Muslim from, overseas. Now, this guy that just got elected, this Abdul, I watched his whole acceptance speech. This guy's pretty slick. He mentioned that he was happy that he was born in America, which is nice. And I wondered who paid. This guy has a lot of education in the medical field. So I was curious who paid for it, because that's not a cheap course. So it turns out he said that the National Institute of Health paid for his Columbia University College. He got a scholarship to Michigan Medical School first. Then he went to Columbia University, and he got funding from the National Institute of Health, NIH. But what he left out of that conversation, he also got funding from another foundation. The other foundation that he failed to mention was the Paul and Daisy Soros Fellowship Fund. Paul Soros is George Soros' older brother. He died in 2013, but they have this foundation. So he left out Soros, and I can't figure out why. As soon as you mention Soros, that's all you have to say. And then he went to University of Oxford, got a Rhodes Scholarship, then he went to Oriel College. The guy is a well-educated guy, completed his PhD at Oriel College. But of all that, he left out Soros.
Interesting.
Because as soon as you say Soros, you know what he's all about.
Absolutely.
So he mentioned that the Republicans and other politicians are always indebted to these big corporations because they give them big money, big donations, or actually bribes, I guess you call them. So he said he's never going to be indebted to these big corporations and big farm and all that kind of stuff. But if you look at his policies, it looks like he's indebted to Soros. And his whacked out policies are right in line with the rest of them. So he's trying to make himself. He calls himself a politician of, by, and for the people. He's for the people. So that caught my eye because 80% of Americans, Democrats and Republicans, are for voter ID. So if he's representing the people, he should be for the voter ID, because that's what the people want. Same with all the politicians in Washington. they get a little too full of themselves because they've been there a long time, and they try to make a decision that they think is good for the people. Actually, it's not good for the people. It's good for them to cheat because they don't have anybody to offer. There's nobody they have to offer, whether it's 26 or 28. They want these old retreads, Kamala, AOC, the two dumbest. Kamala lost twice already. AOC, she probably can make a good martini, but what has she accomplished since she's been in office? She has no accomplishments. She never authored a bill. She just votes Democrat and, shoots her mouth off. So they have nothing to offer. So that's why the Democrats are against voter ID, because they have to cheat to win, period. So, and the other thing I caught, they declared the race to this Abdul guy, but only 99% of the votes have been counted. Now, she lost by 14,000 and change votes, which isn't a lot. And I'm curious, I don't know the answer to this, but how many people were in that last 1%? Because if that last 1% had 15,000 or more people, she either could have won or at least got closer. So I looked at the screen. I said, wait a minute, 99%. How about counting the last 1%? But I don't know what the number is. If it was might have been only 10,000 people. But if it was 20 or 25,000 people, then count the votes and see where it goes. So that's my observation. But I figured I'd stay up late and give you a shout.
So they have are you in like in-house treatment there? They're keeping you?
No, I go back and forth because it's 162 miles round trip. Now, I had chemo Monday, chemo Tuesday. 24 hours after this chemo, I have to get a shot. They call it a belly shot. It's to boost your immune system because this chemo, knocks out your immune system. So what I did, I remembered they have a little device. This little device is genius. I told him, I said, look, I'm going to drive, 3.5, 4 hours to get a shot. That's a little bit crazy. So I mentioned that thing that I had, and he said, well, the insurance won't pay for that. It's a little device they put on your arm. And I don't know who invented this, but this is absolute genius. It's programmed. Once they turn it on and they stick it on your arm and you attach it with the tape, after 27 hours, it activates and a needle comes down and starts putting the medicine inside you. And it takes an hour to do that. So she told me, she says, it's going to activate at 2:20 p.m. and at 3:30, it has a blinking light. And when it activates, it has a solid green light. And then when the light goes off, that's when it's finished. So I had to wait an hour after. It makes a little buzzing noise. Pretty cool. Looks like something from Star Wars. So I walked into the restaurant in the morning. I had this beeping thing on my arm. And they said, what the hell? They got you some kind of a booster? I said, no, it's going to give me a shot, save me from driving for 4 hours. So took care of that. And now it's, he wants me to do he wants me to come down there once a week because he wants to check the blood work. Because my blood work was always perfect, but now this last time, magnesium was a little bit low, and there's a couple of numbers he wasn't real happy with. So I got to go down every Monday just for blood work, which I want to do because that's how you keep track of what's going on.
Right.
So I actually learned all the abbreviations, WBCs, white blood cells, and you got your platelets and all this other stuff. But you got to keep an eye on that because if this cancer goes into one of your organs and causes a problem, it'll show up in the blood. So that's where I'm at. So at the end of August, it's do or die.
Wow.
And,
well, a lot of folks chiming in saying, great to hear your voice, praying for you, all that good stuff. And all right, so appreciate the update, Ranger. We got to get a news break. Service of industrial injection. Great to hear your voice there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Iran asked to negotiate after the U.S. prepared a major attack, but Iranian officials deny talks are happening over the Strait of Hormuz.
We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II. And they called me and they said, please don't do it. Let's talk. And then they said, we never said that. You know what? The fake news knows they did say that.
Tehran says they are working with Oman, not Washington, on the key shipping route. President Trump is criticizing Michigan Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed, accusing him of hostility towards Israel and Jews.
Abdul El-Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves.
El-Sayed won Tuesday's Democratic primary and will face Trump-backed Republican Mike Rogers in November. Cisco is halting Mexican lettuce purchases following the cyclosporiasis outbreak.
The nation's largest food distributor, Cisco, has stopped buying iceberg lettuce from Mexico as federal officials investigate a cyclospora outbreak linked to more than 11,000 illnesses in Michigan and 2 deaths involving people with serious underlying health conditions. The company has shifted to U.S.-grown lettuce, while the FDA and CDC continue investigating the source of the outbreak. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Severe drought along Serbia's Danube River has dropped water levels low enough to expose sunken World War II German warships and even ancient mammoth bones. The shrinking river is also disrupting commercial shipping and raising concerns about navigation as well as water supplies. It was a mixed day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The U.S. Secretary of Education visited Iowa yesterday to announce a milestone in the new Workforce Pell Grant program.
Students and workers are seeking faster, more flexible ways to gain the skills employers need. And that's why I'm thrilled to announce that the Iowa Central EMT program is making history as the first approved Workforce Pell program in the nation.
Speaking at Iowa Central Community College in Fort Dodge, Linda McMahon says it allows low-income students and those with prior bachelor's degrees to apply for financial assistance to attend accelerated job training programs. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
NASA astronauts aboard the International Space Station are preparing for a spacewalk tomorrow while installing advanced Earth imaging equipment. The crew is also completing tool checks and other preparations for the upcoming mission outside the space station. Before the school year begins, a new poll suggests that you get out there with your kids and do something they'll remember.
As a kid, summer was the best. No school, hanging with friends, and maybe a family vacation. As an adult, not so much. There's work, laundry, dishes, bills, and your kids with no clue how to unplug and be kids. A Harris poll shows 62% of adults remember family vacations when they were 5 to 10 years of age more vividly than any Christmas or birthday. So before this summer slips away, you need to get to it and make some memories. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All eyes were on Fort Recovery, Ohio last weekend, and for good reason. 8 Grand National classes were scheduled to hit the track for 3 sessions of action over the course of 2 days. Coming to you from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. While everyone was expecting 3 sessions, only 1 got to finish every class due to Mother Nature. Opening the weekend on Friday was the Superstock Diesels, and that belonged to Kent Payne as he took the top 2 spots ahead of Kyle Holland, who finished up in 3rd. Moving on to the AP1 Insurance and Premier Crop Modified Minis, a big class of 18 made the trip, with Grant Theobald taking the win by edging out Dusty Price. Grant tugged the sled 351.7, which edged out Dusty's 351.3. Rounding out the podium was Adam Bauer with a pull of 348 aboard Iron Toy. One of my personal favorite classes are the 2-wheel drive trucks, and they were strong. After 22 trucks hooked, Russ Nichols took On the Edge 351, which was good enough for the win. Chase Richardson, Suffering Sanity, took 2nd with a pull of 348, ahead of Daniel Johnson holding down 3rd. The Superstock Diesel 4x4 truck saw Trip Hazley pilot the Rock Hard Ram to the top spot after going 343, which edged out Craig Dickey and Todd Dugan. The High Torque Super Farms had a tight class, with Stan Warda getting another win this season as he barely got past Dan Schulte and Greg Freeze. Fan favorites, the Dr. Preloaded Super Semis, always put on a show, and last weekend was no different. Pete Miller had the Pet Coon firing on all cylinders as he took the win after going 366. Joseph Barber took 2nd, and Doug Miller came in 3rd. Wrapping up the evening were the Unlimited Mods. Wayne Purser had Uncle Sam going to the top of the standings after getting all 4 Hemis to work perfectly together as he had a very strong pull of 330. Adam Bauer took cross-threaded to 2nd with a pull of 317, and rounding out the top 3 was Doug Theobald. As great as the polling was on Friday, everyone expected a great Saturday, and it started off just as everyone expected. The GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Mods were fantastic. Luke Krozek had his tractor he calls Making Sense to the top spot with a pull of 342.9, just edging out Chase Richardson and Tag Team with his pull of 342 even. Chase Smith also finished up on the podium. Unfortunately, only the Light Mods were able to hook on Saturday as Mother Nature seemed that there was too much excitement and let the skies open up, canceling the rest of Session 2 and all of Session 3. Looking at the upcoming schedule of polls, it's another busy week. The Grand National Tour heads to Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell. Starting Thursday evening, there are 5 sessions of polling over 3 days. so it's a weekend of truck and tractor pulling. Making the trip will be the Superstock Opens, two-wheel drives, Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks, modified minis, light mods, Pro Stock 4.1s, four-wheel drives, light Superstocks, Superstock Diesels, Super Farms, Pro Stocks, and semis. That's a lot of pullers making their way to Iowa, and you can watch every session on fullpull.live. You can also catch polls this week in Cassonopolis, Michigan, Monroe, Michigan, Lisbon, Ohio, Eaton, Ohio, and Urbana, Ohio, with Region 2 hooking at all 5 events. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
So what do you say? A new day comes our way. Welcome into a Thursday, folks in the Mountain Time Zone. As I mentioned, a lot of folks, Buckeye Boy, glad to hear you, Ranger. We're all thinking about you. Gary, pretty much the same. Great to hear, Lone Ranger. Scott chiming in. I know Ranger has been, he's been doing a lot of research. That is very common when people are diagnosed with whatever the ailment might be, oftentimes looking for treatments and options that are kind of outside the standard protocol in the so-called medical community, right? Now, Scott said, "Good morning, Steve. Fantastic to hear from Lone Ranger." He said, yes, cancer is a parasite. That's why ivermectin had been shown to be highly effective. That's why it couldn't be allowed to be used against COVID, because people would start to learn all the other uses. But I'm very encouraged to hear Ranger found a local doctor that would prescribe it to him. I think he should be hopeful as well. So, all right, we do not give any sort of medical advice. I mean, the whole thing about the ivermectin, going back to the COVID, I think we got the true answer on that. Here a while back, and Buckeye Boy mentioned that as well. I think I shared this a few nights ago. There were many physicians, saying that would be a viable treatment, but the puppets in the administration, could not approve it, because if there is any sort of a proven available treatment for whatever the illness is, in this case it was COVID, you cannot authorize emergency use authorization for the vaccines. And remember, all the vaccines were 100% all under emergency use authorization. And I believe that's probably the true answer to what happened there. If there's a viable treatment available on the market, that would have meant the pharmaceutical companies wouldn't have been able to rake in billions and billions of dollars, correct? Timmy the Pilot, Steve, I've been a listener for many years. And Ranger has been one of my all-time favorite persons to listen to. My heart, love, respect, and prayers go out to that man. So good to hear his voice once again. All right, it's a little past 4 p.m. here. We're packing up later to head back to the USA. 4 in the afternoon. Where the heck you at? He's somewhere far, far away, right? 4 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, crude stocks, U.S. crude, rose as refineries eased processing slightly and imports edged higher, according to the Energy Information Administration this past day. Crude inventories rose by 2.5 million barrels to 407 million barrels in the week ending July 31. Now, they said analysts were expecting a 1.5 million barrel drop in those inventories. So it's kind of a 4 million barrel swing there Total crude stocks, including commercial and barrels held in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, eased to 711.8 million barrels. Inventories at the Cushing, Oklahoma delivery hub rose by 2.4 million barrels to 20.96 million in the week, according to the EIA, back above the minimum operational requirement of about 20 million barrels. Refinery crude runs fell by 183,000 barrels per day, while refinery utilization rates fell by 0.7 percentage points in the week to 96.5%. I mean, that's pretty much full tilt, right? Meanwhile, imports climbed by about 515,000 barrels to 6.2 million barrels per day. Yeah, strong imports combined with an ongoing slower pace of exports to yield a modest build to inventories, also aided by a tick lower in refining activity. U.S. crude futures and globally traded Brent crude futures extending losses after that EIA report. West Texas was down 56 cents to $75.20 a barrel. Brent futures down 32 cents to $79.02. Cushing inventories have bounced like a rubber ball after reaching a 12-year low, while both gas and distillate inventories saw draws as refining activity eased and implied demand held up. Distillate saw a bigger draw as implied demand kicked higher week on week. Gasoline stocks fell by 1.6 million barrels in the week to 209.7 million barrels. All right, distillate, that's your diesel, which include diesel and heating oil, fell 3.5 million barrels to 107.2 million barrels. Numbers from the Energy Information Administration. Timmy said, Sydney, Australia. He's actually in the land down under, where the toilets flash backwards, right? It's a 22-hour flight. Oh, boy, that's a lot of time in the air. Good golly. Well, on down to Florida. Hopefully feeling a bit better. I guess were you a little under the weather there Wednesday morning, Philip?
Yeah, I was under the weather. I'm still coming back. I got some kind of head cold or something going on. Yesterday it got into my chest. So before I say anything, I want to say welcome back, Kemosabe. Great to hear you there, buddy. And keep it up. And don't look backwards. Keep moving forwards, man. It's good to hear Ranger. I only heard him for a little bit there. And, dude, you got all of us out here got your back, bro. So keep it up and keep on trucking, man. Don't mess around. So how you doing today, buddy?
No complaints on my end. Doing all right.
Well, I tell you what, Ranger brought up some valid points there when he was talking. And pardon my voice, it might be in and out. I apologize. That's what's happening with me here. So, but I really think that he is right on the point with the Democrats as far as those folks and all their commercials and everything that they've got out there. They're trying to butter up to everybody. If you notice that, Steve, or for the people.
Right.
You know, we care about everybody, you know, and a lot of politicians will be that way at the beginning, but when they actually get in there and set their agendas and got their backing on whatever they've got going, it takes a 360, you know, and that's pretty much how it is in politics, you know, and, you know, I mean, it's one of those things. But I don't know. I'm not too happy with the folks in Michigan. I mean, what they're going to be facing if this guy does get into office.
Right.
You know, and I'm not saying he's the right guy. I'm not saying he's the wrong guy. Some just don't add up with that gentleman. And it ain't because of his nationality or who he is as far as his name goes. I care less about his name. It's just what you going to do in there and for the folks of Michigan. And I think Nugent would back me up on that one. Even I know Nugent, he's darn hard Republican, but I think he'd say the same thing. We want to see what happens with the folks for Michigan, you know? And that's what's it. Now, that Soros comment there, that's pretty interesting stuff, you know. Now, that's the first time I've heard about Paul Soros. I know about George Soros. Did you know about Paul?
I was not familiar with Paul. I knew George had kind of passed everything over to his son, who's kind of running the organization now, but I was not familiar with his brother.
I wasn't. And you know what? That was, Ranger, I want to thank you. I'm gonna go do some information looking on that one. I'm going to do some research because I'll tell you, man, that's pretty interesting stuff. That really is because, you know, that name has always been around for all the stuff that we hear about riots and we hear about this, we hear about that, all this financial stuff, where this backing's coming from.
Right.
We've heard this for years, you know? So, you know, that's one thing I do love about this show is when somebody has something that's brand that they think might be small, it might turn into something that, hey, dude, I can do some research on. I might learn something new, which is what I like. I like learning new things all the time. That's what makes us go forward in life, is learning new things. So that's amazing stuff. And Steve, I think the moon is still up there, isn't it? I mean, I'm seeing it over here. It's about half of it, but that moon's still surviving, even though old SpaceX did a little imploding into it. What do you think?
Right. I have not been able to come across any authentic. Did they get it on video at all, or no?
I seen one video yesterday on Twitter. Well, not Twitter, but X. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was a video taken by a telescope. They said it was an AI.
Okay.
They said, I don't know. See, that's the problem, Steve. What can you believe now in an AI world? Can you believe it's really happening? You know what I mean? And it basically showed, you know, the moon blown up, and you see the piece going into it, and then you see a poof of dust falling up, and that's about it. It's about maybe a 2-second video, 3-second video. And then it was linked into a bunch of other stuff about how this thing got up there. When it took off, all that stuff, it was one of them deals. But how do I know that's the right video? How do I know somebody didn't make that on their computer?
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yep, 100%.
And that's one thing. That's one thing that we have to do now. That it sucks. I mean, we're kind of like, you know, back in the day when I know there's a lot of people out there. Hey, did they actually go to the moon? You know, there's a lot of people asking that question. Did they actually go to the moon? Was it a big giant set or all this? You know, we'll never know. We'll never know. I want to see them step out of a spacecraft, go over and pull that flag up and bring that flag back to the United States. That's what I want to see. If it's still up there, you know, which I doubt seriously it's up there, because if it was up there, it's probably in so many pieces or burned up or, you know, went through so much craziness in the last years that I don't think that flag even exists. But that's the big thing, you know, the big question. And we're going to go through this with AI. From now on, for the rest of our lives, we're going to be going through this with AI. As long as there's a computer generating something. Because you don't know. Is that real or not? You know? I mean, there's so much fake news out there that's been generated by AI. Who knows what it's going to be? You know what I mean? So, but I tell you what, though, Steve, those folks over there in the Pacific, I'm praying for them, man, because I tell you what, there's some pretty good storms over there right now. And I hope they get through it. Those folks in China, and you know, they're going to be going through some stuff, and we're going to have to watch it too, because there's going to be a halted products coming over, you know, with that storm coming over through there. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be this weekend. Did you hear any more about it?
I have not. No, sir.
Yeah, pretty sure. I think it's this weekend is when it's supposed to be coming in. It might be coming in right now. I haven't paid. Yesterday I was out of it all day long. I didn't do nothing. I couldn't do nothing but sleep. So I've been kind of out of the loop, if you know what I mean. And
yeah.
What's this JFK Jr., man? He's still pumping along, Steve. Did you see that, man? I mean, he just keeps going and going. He's like that little wheel that keeps turning. You know, I just can't believe I'm seeing him in the news. You know, and what you guys were talking about with vaccine earlier, that is quite why I think so many people are disgusted with Fauci right now. Would you say that's a valid opinion?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of people out there that speculate that Fauci brought on the COVID and spun it with these companies because they knew what it was going to do to people and made these companies billions of dollars. And it's always going to be there. And by the way, Steve, I follow almost all your socials, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen some comments that were made about me on YouTube, and I want to kind of address it a little bit here. I know AI's in there, and I know there's people that make comments on socials that use an AI, and their comments come up really fast. And you know what? You can talk about me all you want to. I really don't care. It doesn't bother me. You know, I've had callers literally call in on this show and talk about me and try to start junk and all that garbage. But on the socials, I've seen it on the socials last week. And what was funny about it was when I came back on the social, that person never came back on again. And I don't know why. I mean, everybody has an opinion. But please don't assume that I follow different people's beliefs, because I don't. I follow my own beliefs. And if you don't like that, well, I'm sorry.
Right.
This show is opinions. Everybody's got an opinion. It might be different. We all are different in the whole scheme of the thing. We might not agree with each other, but we have a good time talking about our opinions on this show. So just because I work for a company that a lot of people don't like, and there's some people that do like it, I am no different than a guy that works for Estes, or a guy that works for Averett, or a guy that works for Timbuktu, wherever you are. But just remember, don't assume that you think you know my opinion, because you know what? You might not know my opinion.
Right.
You don't know me personally.
Yes.
And I try to do that on this show. I try to keep my personal stuff out of this show, and I'm going to. I'm sorry. That's the reason why a lot of people say, well, you should have a handle. I said, well, no, I don't need to have a handle. Why is that? Because I know I've got a name. I was given that name by my mom and my dad, and I'm going to keep giving that name. That's my name.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't need a handle. And that's just my opinion of it. Now, did I have a handle back in the day? Yes, I did. You know, and it is what it is. You know, but all in all, everybody has an opinion on here. I appreciate it, whether I agree with it or not. I respect your opinions, and I respect your beliefs. So kind of do the same thing for me. Even though you might want to bash me on social media and be a media Rambo, I don't really care. I really don't. And I see we're coming up to that part of the hour, and I got to get going. So y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me, Steve, and we'll see y'all later.
Always great to hear from you, Philip. Glad you're feeling better, and we all love those keyboard commandos, right? You know, I'm going back a number of years, back to the days of my previous employer, but I think the social media thing, all the Facebook, and I go all the way back to what do they call it, the MySpace days, and you could spend hours sitting there, trying to argue back and forth on the keyboard, and present facts and evidence supporting, my opinion and whatnot. And finally came to realize, I'm just wasting time. Yeah, you're not going to change someone's opinion via a Facebook rant or rave or any of that. It's just... All right. President Trump, I did mention, reacted to the primary election there in Michigan this past day. We'll give you more on that coming up. First, a news update Coming your way, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States and Iran are talking after he called off planned strikes, but Tehran disputes that.
We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk. And then they said, we never said that.
Iranian officials say no negotiations are currently underway over reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says Iran is showing respect and the talks are continuing. The Trump administration is moving to close several smaller U.S. consulates overseas, including the American consulate in Winnipeg, Canada. The State Department says the closures are part of an effort to reduce costs and shift resources towards larger diplomatic missions. It was a mixed day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show. Or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, back at it here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Yeah, we've all heard that old saying, one man's junk is another man's treasure, right? Yeah, you've heard that before. That's kind of what the commando update this past day was about. Yeah, talking about cleaning out the attic, cleaning out the basement, cleaning out the garage, whatever you might be doing. And I don't use this anymore. Throw it all in the donation box, right? She says before you drop that donation box at the thrift store, do yourself a favor, open the flaps and take one more look. There are things that are hot right now. In other words, worth a lot of money. Yeah, what's hot right now? She says rare Pyrex patterns are selling for hundreds. A promotional Lucky in Love casserole dish, as it's called. Lucky in Love casserole dish went for nearly $6,000. Look at your record collections, first pressing vinyl, any sealed or boxed video games, film cameras, quality hand tools, Lego by the pound, mid-century lamps and furniture are hot. Yeah, basically, all the stuff that your parents almost threw out in 1995. Now, you just need to know which box is holding the real money. And she says, here's how you do it. Step number one, snap and ask. Take a clear photograph in good lighting, upload it to your favorite AI chatbot with this prompt. Identify this item, maker, era, pattern, or model if you can tell. Is it collectible? Yeah, what do similar pieces realistically sell for, and what details change the value? Now, only look at sold items when you're looking for prices on eBay. 30 seconds later, whether you're holding a $4 bowl or a car payment, AI will tell you what you want to photograph next. Yeah, like the maker's stamp on the bottom. Yeah, always double check their math on eBay yourself. Open the eBay app, search the item, then you tap on filter. You scroll down and toggle to sold items. Anything that has a green number means that is real cash. People actually paid. Just ignore the asking price, because anybody can list a scratched mug for $500. Next, sell it without the homework. Ask AI to write the listing. Be an eBay pro. Write an eBay listing for this. Honest about flaws. Keywords collectors search for. You're done in 1 minute. And good keywords are what you get found. Now, heavy Pyrex, mid-century lamps and ceramics. Yeah, those are shipping nightmares. If it's fragile or heavy, skip the eBay shipping and list it on a Facebook marketplace or offer it up for local cash pickup instead. Okay, artificial intelligence cannot feel the weight of silver. It cannot test diamond clarity or feel the weave of a rug. It will routinely hallucinate a $5 piece of costume jewelry. It could be a $5,000 antique. You use AI to catch the obvious stuff, but get a human expert when real money's on the line. Everything else, all right, you can donate it guilt-free knowing you checked. All right, pace yourself, maybe $1 a weekend. It's supposed to be a treasure hunt, not a chore. But I would have never guessed a vintage Pyrex dish, $6,000. I mean, wasn't the Pyrex dish in every grandma's kitchen when you were growing up? That's what I thought. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Freight Waves update. Although the transportation market cooled a bit in July from a seasonally stronger June, it remained very tight according to the Logistics Managers Index. The index's capacity reading fell to 28.4, a decline of 2.4 percentage points faster than June, and tied for the second fastest capacity contraction in that survey's 10-year history, behind only the record low of 23.8 set back in September of 2020. A regulatory push to remove those unsafe drivers has significantly tightened truckload supply, and most publicly traded carriers aren't adding equipment. Instead, they're making better use of what they already have. Recent initiatives to improve asset utilization were apparent in second quarter results. Warner Enterprises restructured their one-way truckload fleet back in February, exiting some of the unprofitable accounts and repurposing underused tractors. Revenue per truck per week jumped 28% year over year as miles per truck rose 16%. Revenue per total mile increased 10%. The carrier's one-way fleet was 34% smaller in the quarter, helping improve the total truckload segment adjusted operating ratio by 270 basis points. I mean, best margin performance since the fourth quarter of 2023. Schneider National's one-way fleet capturing double-digit rate increases on contract renewals in the quarter, and said mini-bid activity is climbing as shippers grow more concerned about securing capacity for peak season. Now, in late July, tender bookings were being made an average of 3.74 days before pickup. That's like up 11% from a year earlier. The lack of available fleet capacity has caused the lead time for tender bookings to increase, according to Sonar data. The broader supply chain picture showed the same tightness. Aggregate logistics cost, covering inventory, warehousing, transportation, eased to 239.5 in July from May's four-year high of 350.9. So, end of the day, the Logistics Managers Index gives us a look at all the major supply chain cost buckets. Latest report signals a difficult operating environment for shippers, characterized by tight capacity and growing cost pressures. Very good from Freight Waves again this past day. How about a Dave with the three fat truckers?
Good morning, sir. How are you on this beautiful my Friday, the rest of the country Thursday?
That's my Thursday, yes, sir. Doing well. How about you?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm making my way back north after my beautiful trip down to Florida this week and getting ready to set up for a nice festival we're going to do this weekend. And I thought I'd call in, give a shout out about it today.
So where are we heading this weekend?
we're actually staying in the home Fort 20, Fort Wayne, Indiana. This weekend is the International Homecoming Festival from the August 6th, 7th, and 8th. We're going to be set up down there doing some great interviews and looking at some beautiful old semis and scouts and pickup trucks, and we're going to have a large discussion because the sponsors of the show got a hold of us, and we're going to announce, and I'm giving you a little early prefect, but they did manage to solve the problem of finding a building, and they're going to put a permanent museum in there with the city of New Haven. They worked up a deal, so they're going to have a permanent museum set up there for the International Factory there in Fort Wayne, Indiana now. So hopefully we can get some people to come out and visit the festival and stop and talk to us. We're going to be out there all weekend long and get to see some of the great equipment that this country built since the 30s out of Fort Wayne.
Yeah.
Until I think it was 84 they closed up and moved most of it to Springfield then. But it's great that they were able to find a building and set up a place there. I'm not positive where it's at. I'm not going to speculate. They haven't said yet, but it'll probably be next to the factory or the test track or one of the facilities out there. But I'm looking forward to it, and I'm glad to see that they finally able to put a permanent museum there.
How about that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I did
several years.
I did a quick search here. It says 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. This is showing the 7th and 8th. Is that right? Or
yes, Friday and Saturday.
Okay. All right. Says held at International Park, 2701 Coliseum Boulevard, International Park.
That is actually the back lot of the Scout program where they were building most of the Scouts is where they're doing it. It's right off of, I think the entrance to it best is off of Minnick Road.
Yeah.
You come down Minnick Road and enter right in there, but we're going to take one of my companies. We have a few international trucks, and we're going to take one down there for the show and set up, and then 3 fat truckers are going to set up a booth down there. So, and hopefully get lots of, good content to share with the company over the interweb next week.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know if you checked the prognosticators forecast for the weekend, how they looking weather-wise. Do you know?
I actually refuse to look because if I think positive, I'm hoping for positive.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
So, but I just wanted to give you a shout out. It's good to hear everybody today. We've talked before, and as the week progresses, I get to listen to your show earlier and earlier every day.
Yes, sir.
Because of this 10-hour rule, but I hope everyone has a safe and wonderful week this week, guys, and be safe out there. I've seen a couple crazies already this morning, which has concerned me, but I hope everybody has a safe and wonderful week.
All right. Thank you so much for checking in. Thanks for the heads up there about the International Harvester. I'm looking here. The All IH Truck Show. Hundreds of vintage International Harvesters trucks, semi-tractors, tractors, and historic Scouts. It's kind of like they'll have a reunion lounge, a dedicated gathering space for former and current International Harvester / Navistar employees and their families. Food trucks and merchandise vendors stationed at the grounds. History and Tours commemorates Fort Wayne's status as a historic heavy-duty truck manufacturing capital, supporting a future permanent museum project. There you go. Then they got the link to the Harvester Homecoming official website. How about that? Coming up Friday and Saturday. Sounds like it might be a good time, right? 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Additional updates. Yeah, the whole parasite cyclosporiasis thing continues. It continues to spread. What is the culprit? They're saying cases may have now topped 20,000, according to the CDC. Nearly every state reporting infections. Health officials continue their investigation. I guess they have now, via testing confirmed 10,468 domestically acquired cases, 47 states now, with another 12,200 plus illnesses that are believed to be, but have yet to be, I guess, tested, confirmed the investigation. If those are validated, the nationwide total, we're talking more than 22,700 cases. According to this, Delaware, Hawaii, and Montana are the only states that have not reported confirmed cases at this point. They've extended the outbreak investigation to 15 states now. Arkansas, Missouri included in the mix. Michigan, of course, continues to be the hardest hit. Michigan health officials confirmed this has been linked to 2 fatalities now. Both of those individuals had some underlying health conditions. But they continue to focus on contaminated iceberg lettuce grown in Mexico as the likely source of the outbreak. We already know Taylor Farms. We already know Taco Bell had stopped getting their lettuce from Taylor Farms. But, all right, all the rest of it's information we've heard 100 times before. I had never heard of it, but somewhere there in the Northeast, they actually had an actual salad, I guess, like a buffet-style restaurant that was primarily a salad place. You know, come in, all you can eat, make your own salad, and they're shutting their doors permanently. You know, they said their, I guess, traffic into the restaurant had dropped to like 10 people a day. Yeah, from several hundred per day, to just 10. Wow. Yeah, obviously, nobody eating salad, right? And I've been in the mix for several weeks here as well. You just had no lettuce, no salad. Nah, baby, nah. Well, you say, Grump, you eating salad as of late?
No. I pretty much stay on just on beef and chicken and a lot of that healthy gut stuff. I never did like salad.
Yeah, the true.
Once in a while I'd have one.
The true carnivore diet.
That's right. That's right. I do eat a lot of avocados and stuff like that. Of a morning, it's nothing for me to eat 5-6 eggs of a morning for breakfast. And hell, my cholesterol is perfect. I mean, for my age and everything, my doctor said I don't know what you're doing, but keep doing it. So I just I've done it like this forever. So no, they can keep that damn lettuce and stuff. It already belonged in the toilet as far as I'm concerned.
It's rabbit food.
But that's right. But I was looking over this, our favorite idiot there that, it seems like the Muslim ideology is alive and well there in good old Michigan, but you look at it, Steve, he only won by 14,000 votes. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, really, it's nothing. I mean, it wasn't like that this was some massive landslide like he believes it was. It wasn't. It was just 14,000 votes, and that's, in the millions of people that vote, that's really not a hell of a lot. So, he don't need to be patting himself on the back, but he will.
Mm-hmm.
And what still blows my mind is people voted for this clown. Syed, they voted for him knowing that he said that, America deserved 9/11. That should have been a disqualifier right there from the get-go. But no, the people that voted for this jackass, if you look at it, it wasn't blacks, it wasn't Hispanics, it wasn't the poor. It was a lot of the minorities that he's with. Number one, the Islamic type of, folks and, the well-educated, the college-educated whites, they went after this guy, and when you look at why they went after him, number one, they look at socialism like it's, an alternative to, what's going on today, and you listen to some of them talk and everything, they think that, that socialism would be a step up from capitalism, that, everybody's struggling and all this narrative that they keep pounding home that, if you're struggling, you're going to struggle regardless. I mean, that's just a fact that, there's better jobs out there. Get off your ass and go find one. Don't expect me or somebody else to work harder to pay more taxes, and everything, and be stripped of my business rights, number one, by some socialist, because they think that they're deserving of what I work for. They're not, and it's never going to happen. Hell, I'd burn this damn truck in the middle of the highway before I would, just let somebody come up and take over. Say, just tell me that my business is now theirs under their socialism guise and everything. But these people are so damn insulated, and I mean that, from the negative effects of socialism, that they don't care. They just really don't care. They're secure in their economic environment. They're
Yeah, hold the thought there, Grunt, because I'm looking at the top of the hour as we, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat Cummins, Detroit. More fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Tensions remain high between the U.S. and Iran as President Trump says discussions continue following his decision to halt strikes.
I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to kill people. I do not want to kill people. We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II. And they called me and they said, please don't do it. Let's talk.
Iran says there are no talks with Washington and rejects Trump's claims about the Strait of Hormuz. A federal appeals court has ruled that the EPA cannot block billions of dollars in climate grants approved under a previous administration. The divided court said the Trump administration acted improperly in trying to terminate that program and recover funds already awarded. California Governor Gavin Newsom is calling out President Trump after his rare visit to California.
Newsom issued a statement on Tuesday criticizing Trump for taking 18 months to come back to the state. Newsom also says he hopes President Trump's visit brings long overdue federal recovery funding directly to the families rebuilding after the LA wildfires. Trump spoke at an RNC fundraiser at his golf club in Rancho Palos Verdes. It was his second visit to California of his second term. The first came early in the term, following the devastating Palisades and Eaton fires in January of 2025. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is reportedly reaching across the aisle for a running mate.
The New York Times reports the Democratic governor will choose Republican and former Mesa Mayor John Giles as her running mate in November's election. Giles was thrust into national news during the previous presidential race when he urged Arizona GOP members to vote against President Trump. The Times report comes after Hobbs announced the Arizona Over Party Coalition, which includes dozens of current and former GOP and independent leaders. In Arizona, I'm Wendy Swanson.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
An appeals court has upheld a Florida child performance law.
A federal appeals court has upheld Florida's law restricting minors from attending live performances deemed obscene for children, including some sexually explicit drag shows. The ruling says the state has a legitimate interest in protecting minors, while opponents argue the law is overly broad and could restrict constitutionally protected expression. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
A new lawsuit claims posting the 10 Commandments in public schools violates the newly passed Parents' Rights Amendment, which gives parents the right to make decisions concerning the child's upbringing.
But some don't think it will work.
Parents don't have a constitutional right to remove historically significant subjects from the public school curriculum.
Jonathan Coffey with Texas Values has long argued the Bible needs to be highlighted in schools as a way to teach kids about the foundations of Western thought. There have been several attempts to block the posters, but all failed in the courts. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
West Texas Intermediate crude is the domestic benchmark for crude oil, selling at $76 a barrel, while Brent crude, the foreign benchmark's at $80 a barrel. A Spider-Man movie screening in Colombia was briefly evacuated after an intense odor filled the theater. Reports say moviegoers suspected flatulence from an audience member that caused that smell, forcing staff to clear the auditorium before the screening resumed. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Ew! Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Say we're officially into a Thursday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Let me see. Email Santa Claus here a little bit earlier said I sent you a news report of a California Highway Patrol commercial vehicle enforcement officer that was involved in a bad accident about 100 miles south of Sacramento today. All right, I got the link there, so yeah, I'll check that out. Our buddy Big John is talking about those, cleaning out the garage, the whole Pyrex thing. He said, hey, morning, Steve and the overnight crew. If that's the case, I got a whole set of Pyrex baking dishes. I think I can retire now. All right, let us know how that works out there. Welcome back, Grump.
Yeah. I couldn't believe on your news there talked about somebody's flatulence. Cleared a whole theater.
I thought somebody literally, cut the cheese and the whole damn theater had to empty out. My God.
What the hell kind of day? Was it that lettuce that we're talking about, man? I don't know. Jiminy Christmas, that was funny. But yeah, we was talking about this socialism crap, and stuff, and these idiots, and how secure they are in their, in their economic and social environments. That they're the ones that are voting for these fools. They think it's some massive alteration of the voting system, and trying to get rid of these lifers, I guess you could say, basically bring in these new faces and these young people that are so vibrant and, and everything. It's a damn joke. This clown, he hates billionaires, but yet he takes their damn money for elections, and stuff. So we'll have to see what happens. But I think, I really think that when this comes out, and they start their debates here pretty soon over the, and they will have some debates. He's going to get his ass handed to him because he's running on nothing except the fact that, life's just unfair to everybody, and socialism is the way to go, although he's kind of distancing himself from, the socialism and the DSA, but everything that comes out of his mouth is right down their, line of thinking. So, he can't run from it. So we'll see what happens, but, hopefully the people that didn't vote for him will, wake up and say, look, maybe this isn't what we need here in this country. But Steve, we got, I was looking over some of these nuclear verdicts that we've been getting, like in the trucking industry and stuff, and C.H. Robinson and such. And it's, it's crazy that this is happening the way it's happening. But, I think that, there needs to be some accountability in who they hire and stuff like that. But, when you're hiring somebody to haul a load for you, and that company hauled 270 loads without any incidents or anything like that. They carried the maximum on the safety rating, which was satisfactory. What else can they do? I mean, seriously, it's when you look at this and who's at fault, yeah, did the guy have a medical emergency? Don't know. He's dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they even come out or even mentioned what the autopsy said on it. But, I think one of the reasons why they have these nuclear verdicts and they just have this massive amounts of payouts that, or awards, they're hardly ever paid out, but, it really surpasses anything reasonable. When you look at it, it's just, there's nothing reasonable about it. There's no way, shape, or form that they can come up with that. I know they're looking at it and saying, well, a human life is worth a lot more than this. Okay, it is. But, there is no tort reform, nothing that stops these runaway juries from this. And what, my belief on this, now I may be wrong, but, my belief on this is the jury awards these. They rule in favor of this massive amount of money. And, they come up with a number. All right. And then that's, it's done on a simple majority. On any jury, civil lawsuit or anything like that where a jury's in panel, it's done on a simple majority. It doesn't have to mean a unanimous vote. It's done on a simple majority. And one of the reasons why they do that, and what I believe happens, is that they understand that this is probably going to be overturned on an appeal. And when they look at it, they try to award as much as they possibly can, and knowing full well it's going to go in front of the appeals court, and they're probably going to knock it down, but drastically. So the jury's kind of off the hook with this. They're like, well, we did our job. We tried to get you as much money as we possibly can, and this was what we come up with. And, it's them guys over here. They're the ones that slapped it down. And about 95% of these awards like this, Steve, are actually overturned. They just look at them and say, look, how can you, possibly, it's like Warner, when they that truck went through the median and hit the Warner truck head on, and then, sued the Warner truck for massive amounts of money, and the jury awarded it, and then it was finally overturned. What was it, 150 million, something like that? I think 100, somewhere around in there. But, then it was overturned and pretty much just dismissed. But what did it cost Warner? Probably, $40, $50 million in damn litigation fees and everything else. I mean, are they going to be able to recoup that money? Hell no, they're not. That money's gone. So it seems like that's just exactly what they're looking at. And when you look at what's going on now with the insurance companies and stuff, they're seeing these massive awards, these massive payouts, and they're the ones that's going to pay it. It's if anything it's that's why trucking companies pay for insurance and stuff on these accidents and stuff. And they may be limited on a certain amount that they pay out, but when you look at it, look at what's going on with the insurance companies right now today. I mean, my insurance is high, but you look at some big companies and stuff. Stuff like that is not big enough to be self-insured, that they cannot post these, 20, 30, $40 million bonds, and put them up there for any kind of litigation that might come down their way. They're getting slammed, I mean, their insurance premiums went up by 300% in many cases, and they cut the awards back or the amount of payouts, in half. So, we're no longer, if it was, we was going to pay out $10 million on a massive accident or something like that. Well, it's cut down to $5 million. You're going to have to figure things out. And trucks have to have it. I mean, they have to have that kind of insurance, and it's just a damn shame that awards can happen like that, and they do it on a percentage. When they look at it and they say, what percentage was that truck at fault? What would have happened if he would have stopped somewhere just for a minute? Would he still be in that same spot? Nope. Somebody else probably would have. But he's at fault because he didn't stop. So let's say he's 20, 40, 50% at fault. Stuff in the car that come through the median or whatever happens. We'll sign a percentage to them also, but we'll subtract that off the awards that they're going to get from that truck. And that's the kick in the ass that just burns me up. Number one, you can do everything right, follow these ridiculous ELDs and everything else that the government mandates for us to do, be perfectly legal, and wind up getting hit by somebody and then get sued for massive amounts of money just simply because you was in the occupying a spot that person, basically infiltrated. It's crazy, but that's, until government, and I'm saying Congress, gets off their sorry butts and look at this and says, we need to do something about tort reform. Right now, you got the ATA. They're arguing this. Chris Spear and a bunch are, they've been lobbying for this for a long time on these massive awards, trying to get them down. Ever since 2015. When we first started hearing about some of these big awards, I think it was about 2015. So the ATA's fighting it. OI just, had their comments about it, stuff like that. But the one thing that they're going against also, Steve, is these damn litigation attorneys and our government is made up of about 85%, lawyers. You look at Congress and the Senate, that's why they kind of poo-poo on so many people that's coming in, business people and, school teachers and people like that gets elected, with this, are you really qualified for this position? I'm an attorney, and stuff. Hell, I've went to court several times, as a cop and eat an attorney's lunch, right there on the witness stand. So it's not exactly what you would call, a science that, where you can just, I don't know, where these guys think that they're so damn brilliant and everything that they have to have that law degree hanging on their freaking wall to become a congressman or senator. That wasn't at all what our founders believed in. It wasn't nothing like it. But they're the ones that are in there writing these laws with all the lingo and every damn thing else that protects everybody, but the people that really needs to be protected. And I'm just kind of fed up with it, and listening to these and I've been reading a lot of these massive awards that have been given out, and it's not just to the trucking, hitting on the trucking industry. There's, you look at pharmaceuticals. One of the reasons why our drugs here in this country is so damn high is because of the lawsuits that goes along with it. Look at, Viagra. Take that, little blue pill. How many people sued, over that pill, when they take the damn thing, and all of a sudden, they have a freaking heart attack, and it says it right on the bottle, side effects and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't have any of it, but what I'm saying, it's been talked about enough, and it's not just that, it's every pill, every kind of damn medicine, you listen to when they advertise it on TV, they talk about the medicine for 2 seconds, and then, for the next 30 seconds, they're talking about the damn side effects of it.
Yep.
And you're sitting there shaking your head going, why take this crap? I mean, seriously, but hey, people needs it. And that's one of the reasons why it's so damn high is because when somebody has an adverse effect on it, the first damn thing they do is call some hotshot litigation attorney and say, hey, listen, I think we got a lawsuit here. You damn right we do. And it ain't going to cost you a dime. We'll take it out on the award. If we don't win, come out of our pocket, and that's crazy right there. I still think that, in these massive lawsuits and stuff like that, when these people, the frivolous lawsuits, when they lose, they should have to pay the other person's damn attorney fees. Say, look, I wonder how many lawyers would be willing to jump on that, but I don't know, man. Like I said, this is a crazy ass world we're living in right now, between socialism and all the rest of this garbage that's being pushed down our throat and these high awards and stuff like that. We just wake up every day and think, is this really the country that I went to sleep in last night? I mean, it just seems like it's changing so damn fast, and it's, for what reason, I have no idea. We're creating this class of people that all they want to do is sit on their ass and have their hand out, and expect somebody to work and give them something. And, we didn't hear so much about it until COVID hit, and then that right then, that kind of, just everything kind of festered with all these checks that were handed out and people hiding in their basements. And look at Joe Biden. He ran for the presidency and never came out of his basement. I mean, that's just, and won. So, well, they said he won. He had, I guess they counted more ballots. I don't know if they were all legit or not. You know how it is. But, buddy, that's the world we live in right now. So I hope things get better, and I hope, people start slapping these damn socialists down and get rid of them. I know there's a couple that's running right now. That chick that's running, for AOC's district, she's giving her about all she can handle, but don't look for AOC to get on stage with her and have any kind of a meaningful debate, because that don't happen anymore. She's got 360 different damn podcasts that she can pick any one of them liberal rags and get on there and have 50,000, 60,000, 70,000 people listening to it, that's in her district, and that's what she looks for. She won by 72% in her last election.
Really?
I didn't know there were that many damn stupid people, but she ran uncontested, so that, what's that tell you? They were still 28% of the people said, I don't want this skank, but hey, that's what it was. And we'll see what's going to happen in Michigan during the general, when the general election rolls around here in November on whether or not this clown that got he got the nod for Democrats and stuff, and that's something else that I can't see. The Democrats are kind of fighting among themselves pretty hard about these socialists and stuff like that. The DSA, they're trying to distance themselves from them, and then all of a sudden, when they say something kind of cute, kind of funny, kind of smart, and they're all like, I like that guy, or that girl, but why don't these idiots run on their own party? If they hate everything about the Democrats and Chuck Schumer and that bunch of clowns that's been in there since Shep was a pup, why don't they just create their own little party and run with it? And see how far that goes. It won't go too damn far, because people will vote Democrat. They don't look at anything else except Democrat, just like people will vote Republican. I mean, it's sewn into their DNA, and that's exactly how they're going to be. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't make a damn what they say or what they do. It's still, I'm going to pull that blue handle, or I'm going to pull that red handle, and if we go back to when Ross Perot ran, that dude got 19% of the damn vote. More than any other independent, 19% of the vote. When you got a president that wins on 42% of the flipping vote, and that's exactly what Bill Clinton got, I think about 42% of the vote, and George Bush got, I think it was 38%, somewhere in there. That wasn't that much, man. I mean, you're looking at it now, like, damn, they're trying to get 52, 53% of the vote, but when you got somebody that can siphon off that many votes because people are just sick and tired of the status quo with what's going on in this country, that's something to look at. But I sure as hell don't want it to be some socialist or some communist, not after everything that we fought against and and been against in this country. It's nothing against, I'd say nothing against anybody personally. It's against their ideologies. And it turns into this personal battle, especially when they decide that this country's just, deserving of 9/11, and then they want to step up in front of people and like look at Mandami or whatever the hell this jackass's name is, with his grocery stores and stuff like that. There's no way possible that would succeed. It's just not possible that they can cut prices enough, to get under a wholesale price like he's talking about, and keep the store shelves full, because they're not checking things. And who decides what goes on the store shelves?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'd like to know. And who in the hell, what's the wages that they're paying the people that works there? Are they, $28 an hour like he thinks they should be? That certainly pissing people off when somebody that's stocking shelves is getting more money than, some of the transit people, the transit cops, and people like that, and that's usually what collapses those stores and the stupid stuff right there, is they can't get the overhead, number one, and pay them and keep them grocery prices, because there is a little something called a profit margin, and when you look at a profit loss statement at the end of the year, and I look at mine all the time, and stuff, and thinking, well, where can I cut corners? Okay, we're going to have to raise prices. Well, then why have the damn thing? When they start jacking the prices back up, guess what? Hell, go to Kroger's. You can get a better deal, better selection. You ain't got to listen to some Muslim moron that thinks that, goat cookies and whatever the hell else that he wants to throw on the shelf is going to be something that's nutritious to you. I don't know, brother. It's, like I said, I just keep thinking, damn, is this the same country that I, wake up to that I want to sleep in? But still my country, love it to death, and I'll fight for it, and that's the damn truth. I guess some socialist steps up and says, starts talking about how America deserved 9/11. I'd smack the damn snot out of them. Say, okay, do you deserve that pop upside the damn beak there too, didn't you, dumbass? But that's the way it is. All right, buddy. I'll let you go, and
have a good morning. Thank you much, Grump. Good as always. Thanks for checking in. A couple minutes news break just around the corner here. With all these startup, like artificial intelligence companies, I probably haven't heard a half of them. And I guess on the trucking side, there's a group called Reindeer. Are you familiar? Reindeer. Their founder and CEO says the market for enterprise artificial intelligence agents has stopped rewarding model quality. Speaking with FreightWaves at the Supply Chain Symposium, the AI Symposium in Chicago, he said the industry, trucking, has burned through two waves of adoption. First, it was AI assistants and then customer support agents. In neither case, unlocking the returns that executives expected. And they're now chasing a third. Core operations that represent 70 to 80% of enterprise labor cost. He's skeptical on the forward-deployed engineer model gaining traction across the AI startup world. Pointing to a client running 5 different accounts payable processes across 5 departments. Are they ever going to come back and be available to be sent to another department, or are they stuck maintaining whatever they built as processes change and evolve? I think the math doesn't work because it doesn't scale. Reindeer's bet runs against the common assumption that owning or fine-tuning a proprietary large language model is a durable edge. A strong belief that LLMs are going to be a commodity. Different outcomes instead from the maintenance layer. End of the day, for freight and supply chain operations that are weighing, using these various artificial intelligence vendors, Yeah, the practical test is not demo quality. It's whether a vendor can keep an agent accurate as processes drift, since that maintenance burden is what forward-deployed engineering models actually struggle to scale. All right, coming up, we'll get to Buckwheats on board, see what's get an update there, talk about maybe the weekend activities, what's going on this week. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And I'm not sure if Vic's on board with this morning. I got your email this past day there, Vic. I didn't get to go through the entire document link that you sent me. But this is about, I guess, going back in time, I guess, credibility. All right. Trump, he has to not be making false or misleading statements, as he put it. The credibility gap, I think, is what it was called. Credibility gap. More to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States and Iran are talking after he called off planned strikes, but Tehran disputes that.
We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk. And then they said, we never said that.
Iranian officials say no negotiations are currently underway over reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says Iran is showing respect and the talks are continuing. The Trump administration is moving to close several smaller U.S. consulates overseas, including the American consulate in Winnipeg, Canada. The State Department says the closures are part of an effort to reduce costs and shift resources towards larger diplomatic missions. It was a mixed day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. blueparrotdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out blueparrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We had been hearing gas prices in the Hoosier State were going to jump about 60 cents here at the end of the week. That's because Indiana is one of those states that had suspended the state gas tax for a period of time. And I guess it just got another extension. The gas tax break is not going to end just yet. A new executive order extending the suspension of the approximately 59-cent per gallon gas tax for another 30 days. They're now saying the tax relief remains in effect through September 5th. Driven by a newly declared energy emergency. All right. The holiday was originally slated to expire again at the end of the week here, approaching previous administrative limits when it comes to like emergency powers there in the state. Governor said an agreement has been reached with the legislative leaders to use state reserve funds during the 27 budget season to cover the lost revenue for local and state infrastructure projects. So, I don't know. Yeah, based on Eagles' call earlier, of course, sounds like they need to be collecting that tax and fixing the blasted roads. I don't know where the money's all going, but there you go. Just an update for the Hoosiers. What's happening, Buckwheat?
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, this past weekend, I didn't get a chance to call you this week yet because traffic situations. But this past weekend on Friday, I went into the weekend on a very, very high note. You know, I'm driving Maverick here, which is powered by Science. You know, the Hot Shot Secret in the oil and everyday diesel treatment in the fuel, and I was coming across Staten Island, and I came up behind a McLaren, which is a British-made car, which is handmade, and and it was. We were sitting there at the traffic light, and when the light turned green, Maverick here with Hot Shot Secret blew the doors off the McLaren, and I felt pretty proud of that. I don't know, maybe he was playing with his phone or something, but
right.
Anyhow, I like the story that Hot Shot Secret with a fully loaded diesel truck and outrun a McLaren, but anyhow, this weekend I was playing with the smoker. I smoked some T-bone steak and ham steaks and Delmonico steaks and hamburgers, and yeah, we filled the grill up and we did a lot of meat. And now we're eating good this week. But yeah, this situation you were talking earlier about, trucks on the Parkway up there in New York, and yeah, it is strictly prohibited. I don't know. They made the bridges a little bit lower there. Different things were about trying to keep so the buses can't go out and get the undesirables out of the city out into the Long Island, onto the beaches and stuff. But I don't know whatever the reason was. But there was one time, you're driving on the same route time and time again, and you sort of like get lost. You're just going through the motions. You're not thinking what you're doing, and all of a sudden I'm driving along, and I'm like, hold it, something's not right here. And it's like, oh shoot, I got on the Parkway. Oh no, now what am I going to do? And I went about a quarter mile, half a mile or so, and here came another ramp onto the Parkway. And so I pulled over, and we ended up backing down the ramp. When the traffic came toward, coming down the ramp, I would stop and let everybody go past, and I backed off. And, so no harm, no foul. Nobody important, like a police officer, seen me, But I was able to get out of that shenanigans there that I put myself into. But I did work for a company, not the company I have here, but one of their drivers did get on the Parkway, and he claimed there was no signs. And the management drove up there, and they seen numerous signs before you got onto the Parkway about no trucks. And, well, he ended up getting fired. But, it's definitely marked. And, I think either the people were doing stupid things like me, not paying attention, or can't read, or that's how the trucks are getting on the Parkway. But, it is what it is. But, this here week in this local area has been a rough week for truck accidents. Monday, going to the city, man, it rained hard going through Jersey. I mean, there was a couple of accidents I seen with four-wheelers, and up on Interstate 80, there was one where I came up to it, and the car was parked broadside on the in the right and the lanes in the shoulder, and you could still see the taillights. I couldn't see exactly what happened, but there was a truck sitting there with the hood open, and the far left lane and pieces all over the place. And, so I suspect that somebody hydroplaned or something got entangled with the truck. And then yesterday morning I didn't call in because there was a situation on 78 where they had two trucks tangled up. And then a buddy of mine sent me a picture of a truck where the truck driver lost his life. The accident happened in Seven Mountains, which is there at 322 going through central Pennsylvania, just east of State College there. And the cab was smashed down flat to the hood of the truck. And I guess he rolled over, but I'm not sure what all happened in that details. But then yesterday I shared that post on your webpage there that happened there in Lebanon, Pennsylvania, along Route 72, where a car ran the stop sign and crashed into a paint truck. and sent the truck into a garage and through a house or a porch and stuff.
Yes. That was incredible. I don't know. How fast would you say that truck was going? He was moving at a pretty good pace there. But the car had the car had the stop sign. They blew that stop sign.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure about that area on 72, but 72 is like a state road, and the speed limit is probably 45. You know, pretty much. I think there might be some places that might be 55. So I'm not exactly sure of that exact location, but yeah. So I mean, the truck could have been doing 45, 50 mile an hour, but yeah, that car definitely did not stop. And but yeah, I did catch an interview of the lady of the house, and she said that her husband was off that day, and at that time he would have been out in his garage getting ready to go to work, but because he was off, he was not out there. And as far as I know, I didn't find anything about fatalities or injuries. But yeah, that was lucky for nobody to be seriously hurt in that situation there. But the next thing you're talking about insurance and stuff, I don't know how much insurance that car had. I mean, because they're probably going to have to pay for the truck and trailer and rebuilding the garage. And yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to work out for that person there. But yeah, that's going to be a pretty expensive bill.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
So, but yeah, it just proves the point, I mean, we're out here driving, and, we have to be aware of the other driver. I mean, accidents are happening, the truck's involved, and there were a couple of Facebook posts I was viewing, and everybody was blaming, a lot of people were trying to blame the truck, and then I seen that video there, and it's like, well, the truck's pretty well not at fault, but we have our own problems with truck drivers not doing the right things, but so yeah. But anyhow, that's pretty much all I have to say about that.
Yep.
Safety is one of the things I do pray about. Every time I get home, I thank God for the safety, and there's a lot of things that can happen out here, and there was a Christian song I used to listen to, way back when I was a teenager. Mom and Dad didn't like that type of music, but there was a phrase in the song where it says about a reckless car ran out of gas before it ran my way. And that's how sometimes things happen that we just don't have any control over it. God's always watching out for us. But before I go to work, I do try to get to the gym. And this morning or last night, midnight or whatever, I was at the gym, and I seen an unusual sight. There was an Amish lady there in the gym. And, I just thought that was sort of odd. I sent a picture to my wife of her, and she was sort of shocked by it. But, anyhow.
That's different. That's a little different. Something you don't see every day for sure.
Yep. She was with another girl. That would be, we call them the horning Mennonites. They drive black bumper cars. So, yeah, she probably got hitched a ride with her, and they were friends and lived neighbors or whatever. That's probably how that stuff works. And but so anyhow, we're on our way to New York City again. We got ourselves a nice full load of pizza dough and veal and pork and yogurt, and it's going to make sure that New York City keeps getting fed. That's pretty well keeps me in business, keeps money on my table and food on my table. But so Yeah, that's about all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
Good to hear from you. As always, Buckwheat, thanks for checking in. Have a great morning.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Let me see here. Yeah, the email I got from Vic here, who's got you coming up here. He said, Steve, credibility gap. Credibility gap was a well-worn phrase during Vietnam. There are several news articles applying this phrase to Donald Trump. The CIA doesn't publish their fact book anymore. But credibility gap was established in 1966, but not published as a contributing factor to the loss in Vietnam until 2005. I have no idea what to believe anymore when it comes to Iran, except it is a Muslim country, and under their beliefs, deceiving an enemy is actually encouraged. Deceiving an enemy, yes, all that considered, it is crucial that Trump doesn't make any false and misleading statements. Can you clarify that a little for us there, Vic?
Yeah,
that's actually the thing that I sent you was a congressional record, and that was part of, I guess, the Pentagon Papers that Nixon got in trouble for, and because he was upset that New York Times had printed some of that stuff, and basically that congressional record, it's about more, it had some stuff in there about, I think, some strikes and price of food and one thing and another. Well, excuse me, and one thing and another. But what I was looking at was they were saying back in Vietnam when they looked into all that the treaties that we supposedly went over there to help South Vietnam, the justification was false, and South Vietnam really never asked for our help. We just chose to go there, and LBJ, for whatever, he kept trying to say that we were defending democracy or something. And there's different articles in there. I didn't the computer I was on, I couldn't underline the key things because it's CETO, Southeast Asian Treaty Organization. That was one, and the other one was the United Nations Act, and that was our treaty. That was when the French left Vietnam, and the French general that was in charge of that over there in Vietnam, he was sent to the Democratic Republic of Congo, because Congo has a lot of the critical minerals that's needed for modern day warfare. And of course, that didn't go too good for the French either. And I think it was the French. I know the French in '66 they actually kicked the U.S. Air Force out of France and the military bases there. And so whenever they did all that, that gave, I guess you would say, the propagandists or the communist propagandists and all the protesters, that gave them a lot of ammunition, because Johnson was just lying. I mean, that's all it boils down to. So I don't know if that kind of clears everything or not there, but now I don't know if Trump and the rest of the people, I'm sure they have, that has looked at all that, the way the Muslims basically fight their wars. And I don't know if the way the Marines got their leatherneck thing was Thomas Jefferson looked at all the practices. He read the Quran all the way through, because when America was first founded, the I guess you'd say the Islam or whatever, their pirate ships, they were capturing all these different people from various countries, and the European countries had just been paying off to get their citizens back. And Thomas Jefferson, he didn't agree with that, so he wouldn't pay any ransom to them, and that's when they went over there, and that whole Marine ham shores of Tripoli and Halls of Montezuma and all that, that's where all that came from. And so the Muslims didn't too much think that Thomas Jefferson was playing fair, but they didn't capture any more American ships after that and try to hold them for ransom. So since our founding, we have known, exactly what, how they fight wars. I mean, they fight it on all fronts, and they use religion a lot and everything else, and they just basically gradually overwhelm a country, and that's the way it's been. So whenever Trump comes out and says something, it might, what he says might have been absolutely true, but then probably the Muslims are going to say something directly contradictory to it, just to plant doubt in people's minds. And that's the first stage of brainwashing. And so if they can make people wonder, well, was he really true, and what was his goals and everything else? To me, that's really the biggest thing is, what exactly were their goals when they went in there and did that all that midnight hammer.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say that they actually blew up a mountain, and it actually simulated, I think it was a 4.2 earthquake on the Richter scale. And then here comes Iran saying, well, you really didn't get everything. So I have no way of knowing whether they did or they didn't. So that's what I'm saying, that he has there are good public information people there, and they need to look at things and say,
okay, we got to pause. Final hour coming up, but we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States and Iran are talking after he called off planned strikes, but Tehran disputes that.
We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk.
Iranian officials say no negotiations are currently underway over reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says Iran is showing respect and the talks are continuing. Republican Senator Susan Collins says she will vote against the confirmation of Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
The senator from Maine says she's reviewed Blanche's qualifications and testimony before concluding his actions have further eroded the Justice Department's independence. Collins says those concerns are the basis for her decision to oppose his nomination to be the full-time U.S. Attorney General. Blanche's nomination advanced Tuesday after clearing the Senate Judiciary Committee on a party-line vote of 12-10. I'm Scott Carr.
The Trump administration is moving to close several smaller U.S. consulates overseas, including the American consulate in Winnipeg, Canada. The State Department says the closures are part of an effort to reduce costs and shift resources towards larger diplomatic missions. A pulmonologist is offering some tips on how to deal with wildfire smoke impacting parts of the U.S. over recent months. Dr. Samuel Gurovich with the Cleveland Clinic.
Children with asthma, pregnant women, and people with pre-existing heart conditions can really be affected.
Make sure your windows are closed, your air conditioning is on. HEPA filters do a reasonably good job as well. So if you have access to that, all those things should be you should be prepared with.
He also recommends wearing an N95 mask outside, as he says wildfires send very fine particles of dust and other matter in the air, which can irritate the airways or even get into the bloodstream. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the NASDAQ dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
An Ohio congressman is questioning New York grocery store plans.
A debate is growing over New York City's plan to open 5 government-funded grocery stores by 2030. Ohio Congressman Mike Ruley, whose family operates a grocery business, says the stores could lose money and hurt small neighborhood markets, many of them immigrant-owned. Supporters argue the plan will lower food prices, while critics warn taxpayers and private business could bear the cost. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The prison release for Sean Diddy Combs has been delayed once again after a reported fight behind bars. The Federal Bureau of Prisons now lists his release for February 2028. Combs is currently serving a 50-month sentence following his conviction on prostitution-related charges. Our kids are going back to school and they are facing overload, but it's not necessarily just in the classroom.
According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, the average school backpack weighs over 15 pounds, which exceeds safety limits of no more than 10% of the child's body weight. Without lockers, kids are forced to carry the load: laptops, books, musical instruments, sports equipment, and more. Health officials say this year, look for a backpack with wide straps to better distribute weight, and maybe something with wheels. I'm Bree Tennis.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.08. The highest average is found in Mono County, California, $6.86 a gallon. Floyd County, Indiana is down to $3.19. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Final hour. Yeah, you're on a Friday Eve. Yeah, this hour, hackers everywhere you turn. Yeah, details this past day where hackers are targeting major Wall Street firms, they tell us. We're talking Wall Street financial service firms. And money managers in recent days, targeting their information systems, according to several familiar with the matter. Like I said, more to come momentarily. First, let's get back to Vic here on a Thursday morning. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, well, thanks for carrying me over. But the I guess you could say the public information or whatever, the importance of that after their experience in Vietnam, that's kind of what led to the embedded reporters and a few other changes. But now, with the Muslim population growing in the United States, and a lot of them have their own newspapers or whatever, and you're talking about the Soros Foundation, I was thinking that guy, that was his name, El Said, I was trying to think back today when he was giving his victory speech or whatever. I was thinking that his background had something about the Center for American Progress, and that was part of the Open Society Foundation, and it was started by John Podesta. But to get it started, George Soros actually gave him the funding to get it started, and they still contribute to that. So if that guy sounded a little bit, El Said, if he sounded a little bit like the Soros or the Open Society Foundation, I could see why. But I had an experience several years ago. There was a commodity trader by the name of Jim Rogers, and he was pretty good. And somehow him and Soros got together, and the company I was clearing to at the time, they started clearing for Quantum. And Quantum was a company that George Soros and Jim Rogers started. And about all I can say is, looking back on it, I kind of think they did what was called harvesting from a smaller people and stuff. And they would often take it, I would say, contrary positions with no real justification. And that whole deal when he was supposed to broke the Bank of England, I still haven't figured out how a commodity trader could break the Bank of England. But the only justification I could figure why they put that out was when they went to the European Union, Britain said they weren't going to contribute, they weren't going to switch over to the European Union currency. They were going to keep their own currency. So maybe they were trying to force them to switch from the British pound sterling and go with the euro.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just some, I guess you would say, prognostications or guesses or whatever. But quite simply, this the massive influx in Michigan of the Muslims that come back to the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1965 when they allowed that chain migration. And a lot of Muslims were already in this country, so all their family and everything else just started coming in there. Just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And, you know, we've had the war with Iraq and with Afghanistan, and those are both Muslim countries. And as the New York Police Department, they used to have a significant part of Muslim policemen, and they really helped a lot after 9/11, what it's like now, but they did a lot of intelligence work. It was actually better than the national intelligence. So what I'm trying to say is that that's a point of weakness for Trump, is who's going to, you know, what sort of information are they going to get. And if you look at some of the things they're saying about Trump now and that Centers for American Progress, you know, Medicare for all, and well, all the goody stuff that everybody knows about, and they're trying to say that Trump's taking away money for this and money for that, and that's like out there in California. The reason they haven't built the houses back is because they're holding up the building permits. Doesn't have anything to do with the money, and I don't think they fully built their water supply back either. So anything they can do to blame Trump, hopefully, to at least get a Democratic Congress and to kind of drop Trump's popularity down quite a bit. It's more about attacking Trump than anything else, because frankly, Trump was the first person that actually said, we're going to end this 50 years of blackmail by these oil exporting companies, and we're going to do something about it. So I kind of kind of have a different thoughts on the way they should have approached that rather than just trying to go over there. And he said that they were, the first thing they said was that they wanted to deny the Iran the nuclear stuff, which no doubt it probably was, and they were doing things that they weren't supposed to, weren't supposed to be doing. But what's the realistic thing that we could actually get a hold of everything? And then we wanted the people to revolt over there. Well, to get people to revolt, they were already revolting. That takes a lot of hard intelligence work. And then when they went in, when America went over there and bombed them, actually started shooting bullets at them and everything, that pretty much pushed the intelligence people to the side and to get the people, the Iranian people, to revolt. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, to me, they got the cart before the horse, and they really didn't think about it all. So that was and that just left the vulnerability to they keep letting Iran write the story, and that's not good because they're not going to tell the truth. You can look in the Quran, and it'll even tell you how they're supposed to. If they're in danger from an enemy, they're supposed to lie, use deceit, or whatever to defeat the enemy, and that's just the way it is when you deal with a Muslim country, whether they like it or not.
100%. So they'll sign whatever they sign, no matter what it is. Yeah, they can sign on the dotted line, but you can't trust them to stand by it, right? So, what's the end game? Wall Street, though, some of the world's largest hedge funds, along with several private equity firms, being targeted by hackers this week, according to sources. The hacking attempts featured phone calls in which cyber criminals tried to trick employees into granting them access or handing over other sensitive information. Point72 Asset Management told investors this past day it had faced an attack from hackers. One of the sources said that the firm indicated no customer information was stolen during the attack. Hackers also attempted to breach information systems at other hedge funds, including Two Sigma Investments and Citadel. Two Sigma did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for comment. Citadel and Point72 declined to comment. These attempts by hackers to break into major financial institutions apparently are kind of a routine thing, according to cybersecurity experts. This simple phone call tactic, still widely used by hackers because of its effectiveness. If it's been used successfully by cybercriminal groups such as Scattered Spider, which is a loose-knit group of young hackers that's racked up a large roster of corporate victims over the past few years. Meanwhile, global companies are battling a surge in artificial intelligence-powered cyber attacks and ransomware, disrupting operations and stealing data. The White House had announced a working group earlier this year, uniting AI developers and critical infrastructure operators to share some of the threat intelligence and coordinate cyber defenses. Of course, I have not really seen much update per se in the water system hacks that had taken place. Started with some 30-plus facilities in Minnesota. A couple of days later, they said that there had been attempts and such in 7 states in total. And then the story kind of went quiet. Haven't heard anything since. But let's see, back with Eagle here. Welcome back. What's going on?
Yeah, I want to go over some things about this situation with the Michigan again, with what I've seen in the video, how dangerous of a situation. See, the problem is, Steve, as we've discussed over the years, there's two types of Muslims, and that is the Muslims that that's peaceful, and then you got the ones that are aggressive, like you got the ones over at Iran, and now they made their way to the United States, and they basically taken over New York City. Some very disturbing things are coming out of New York City with Mondami, how he's running the city, and you see what's going on in Dearborn, Michigan, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. They're getting like Pappy was saying, they're getting into politics now, and that's the way that they can make their way into the United States society and start their takeover. If you read some of the Bible passages or Quran, you'll see exactly what these individuals are trying to do. And unfortunately, Steve, we have a population of people that were raised up the wrong way. The people that are voting age now, the 18s to the 30s, these people were not raised up the right way, Steve. Their parents didn't teach them the way that we were taught, that you had to work for things, you had to earn what you have. These people were given everything. This is the way a lot of these youngsters were raised, and they feel like you owe them something that they don't have to work for. They owe it that because of maybe their skin color, because of their sex, or whatever. And this is the reason why they vote for these individuals, these Mondamis, and now this man up in Michigan and other people like him around the country, because they're making these people empty promises that they're going to give them things that they'll never receive. Like I told you a couple of nights ago, anytime somebody tells you that you're going to get something for nothing, you ought to throw up a red flag right there and realize this guy's nothing but an imposter. And Donald Trump, he called the man out. I can't say the word on the radio, what he said about the man, but it's something that comes out of your body, and that's exactly what that guy from Michigan is. Anybody that voted for him ought to be ashamed of themselves. As far as I'm concerned, he shouldn't have received no votes, 0 votes in the United States of America, as far as I'm concerned. But you best believe this, and I think you already know this, Steve, that he won't get my vote ever.
Right.
Nobody with that type of mentality will never get my vote. I promise you, because we can't. And so here's the problem I have, Steve, because you see it out here in the truck driving deal. These people are failing to assimilate to the United States. They don't want to learn the language. They don't want to learn the customs of America, how to behave like the American people do. They want to come to the United States for a better life, but the only problem is they want to bring the life that they had with them from that other country with them, and it doesn't work like that. It shouldn't work like that. But unfortunately, you see it even. But I can even tell on the truck drivers, Steve, over the last few months since Donald Trump has put a crackdown on these foreign drivers, they were even opening up truck stops. I don't know how you say that word. This Indian truck stops. They were owned by Indians, and they served Indian food and the whole deal. Truck stops around the United States on Interstate 40. You would see them in Arkansas and New Mexico and Arizona and places like that. As you travel, there would be truck stops that only catered to Indian truckers. And now I drove by a truck stop in Arkansas a couple of days ago, and that truck stop was closed down because they don't have no business no more, because a lot of them guys have been placed out of service. A lot of those Sikh drivers that were driving illegally are no longer driving trucks anymore. So it's hurting their business. And like I told you before, they facilities were filthy. They don't the bathrooms. They don't have no toilet paper in the bathrooms. They don't clean the restrooms. The food is you can smell the food before you even get in the restaurant. You have to be a complete idiot to eat anything out of it. None of it. And then they don't even pave the parking lot. And then they got the nerve to charge you. That's what pisses me off. They actually want you to pay $20 or $25 the parking lot with potholes in it. The big, you might fall, you might get your truck stuck. You get mud all over your truck and everything, and they got the nerve to charge you to park your truck. I keep on driving. I refuse. I never pulled in one of those places. I refuse to let those guys screw me in my own country, and that's basically what they're doing. So, like I said before, Steve, they basically taking New York is a lost cause. I told you that a long time ago. Even before this Mondami got into New York. New York City is a lost cause. Anybody that lives in New York City, it's your own fault, not because they can easily get the hell out of town. I'll give you a perfect example. Sean Hannity, radio host in the daytime. He grew up in New York City, lived in New York, and he no longer resides in New York. He talks bad mouth New York City every chance he gets. He stays in Florida now, where he has a freedom and nice, clean area that is not taxed. But they even got athletes now, Steve. The New York Knicks won the championship this year in basketball, and one of the basketball players said that he had moved from Texas to go play for New York, and he said he regretted the move because the taxes are outrageous that you have to pay. Can you imagine how much tax you have to pay if you're making $20-30 million a year as a professional athlete? You have to be a complete idiot to go to New York City. So that's a lost cause. And like I say, Michigan, not the whole state of Michigan, but Dearborn, the Detroit area, is been overrun by these people. And Minneapolis, Minnesota, the same way. It is happening all over America where these people are coming in. And here's the thing about it, Steve. Donald Trump has been warning about this for years, and you see it over there in Europe. You just see what happened when those people overrun the border in Spain. That's already happened in the U.S., and it's going to happen again. But here's the problem. You see every couple of days over there in Germany, you hear about one of these Muslim extremists doing something crazy, attacking people, driving cars into people. And that's going to start happening in America. If you've seen the hatred that I want anybody that's listening to me, go back and look at the hatred that these people have for America in Dearborn, Michigan over the weekend on Saturday. And you tell me if those people need to be in the USA when they have that much hatred to the country that they're living in. Anybody who doubts what I'm saying, go and look at that video that I just looked at over the weekend from Dearborn, Michigan, and maybe you'll change your attitude. And I thank you for taking my call.
Very good. Thank you much, Eagle. Have a great morning. Rolling up on 25 past the hour. All right. So, as we mentioned earlier, the search continues. As we continue to see more and more cases of the Cyclospora, the parasite infecting people all around the country, 47 states now. A more traditional form of, food poisoning, you hear quite often, salmonella. In this case, it looks like they pretty rapidly found the source. Minnesota is where it started, 110 cases of salmonella, which they linked to jalapenos from Chipotle and several other establishments. They've got it cleared up at Chipotle, but they say there could be other places still serving these, I guess, dangerous food poison jalapenos. Investigators said jalapenos are the source after interviewing 84 patients, of which 90% said they had eaten jalapenos at Chipotle or other restaurants before falling ill. Health officials say the true toll is probably far higher. Most people are never tested for salmonella. This investigation was launched July 22nd after the cases were first reported in people who had eaten the foods at Chipotle and other restaurants. They began reviewing some of the supply chain, looking for the source. It was not clear whether Chipotle branches in other states were affected, but Minnesota health officials said they were in contact with counterparts elsewhere. Now, the jalapenos linked to the sickness were indeed also served, they say, at other restaurants. As we continue to, track the Cyclosporus, but we have a pretty robust ingredient traceability system. And upon learning of the salmonella outbreak impacting several food service retailers, we proactively identified this as the common ingredient from a common lot. We removed them from restaurants where they had been distributed, replacing them with products from different growers. All right, in a statement, they said they're no longer really concerned about further infections triggered by Chipotle because the jalapenos have been pulled, but they did warn they may still be in other restaurants. All right, Chipotle has fully collaborated on every aspect of the investigation, ranging from providing records and information about the foods they received at their restaurants, as well as implementing mitigation steps right away. It's too soon for us to know if the outbreak is ongoing or not. Yeah, but we're not concerned, they say, about Chipotle. It is possible that it is ongoing if the contaminated food item is still being served elsewhere. Now, she went on to say, we do expect the case count to increase, even if the illnesses occurred a couple of weeks ago. It takes us a while to detect cases and surveillance. Clear lines, 844-844-3388. Round and third, headed toward home. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States and Iran are talking after he called off planned strikes, but Tehran disputes that.
We were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk.
Iranian officials say no negotiations are currently underway over reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says Iran is showing respect and the talks are continuing. Republican Senator Susan Collins says she will vote against the confirmation of Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
The senator from Maine says she's reviewed Blanche's qualifications and testimony before concluding his actions have further eroded the Justice Department's independence. Collins says those concerns are the basis for her decision to oppose his nomination to be the full-time U.S. Attorney General. Blanche's nomination advanced Tuesday after clearing the Senate Judiciary Committee on a party-line vote of 12-10. I'm Scott Carr.
The Trump administration is moving to close several smaller U.S. consulates overseas, including the American consulate in Winnipeg, Canada. The State Department says the closures are part of an effort to reduce costs and shift resources towards larger diplomatic missions. A pulmonologist is offering some tips on how to deal with wildfire smoke impacting parts of the U.S. over recent months. Dr. Samuel Gurovich with the Cleveland Clinic.
Children with asthma, pregnant women, and people with pre-existing heart conditions can really be affected.
Make sure your windows are closed, your air conditioning is on. HEPA filters do a reasonably good job as well. So if you have access to that, all those things should be you should be prepared with.
He also recommends wearing an N95 mask outside, as he says wildfires send very fine particles of dust and other matter in the air, which can irritate the airways or even get into the bloodstream. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 263 points, the S&P 500 fell 12 points, and the NASDAQ dropped 221 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
An Ohio congressman is questioning New York grocery store plans.
A debate is growing over New York City's plan to open 5 government-funded grocery stores by 2030. Ohio Congressman Mike Ruley, whose family operates a grocery business, says the stores could lose money and hurt small neighborhood markets, many of them immigrant-owned. Supporters argue the plan will lower food prices, while critics warn taxpayers and private business could bear the cost. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The prison release for Sean Diddy Combs has been delayed once again after a reported fight behind bars. The Federal Bureau of Prisons now lists his release for February 2028. Combs is currently serving a 50-month sentence following his conviction on prostitution-related charges. Our kids are going back to school and they are facing overload, but it's not necessarily just in the classroom.
According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, the average school backpack weighs over 15 pounds, which exceeds safety limits of no more than 10% of the child's body weight. Without lockers, kids are forced to carry the load: laptops, books, musical instruments, sports equipment, and more. Health officials say this year, look for a backpack with wide straps to better distribute weight and maybe something with wheels. I'm Bree Tennis.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.08. The highest average is found in Mono County, California, $6.86 a gallon. Floyd County, Indiana is down to $3.19. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the various states around the country are really stepping up, looking to crack down on the English proficiency requirements. Pennsylvania, this past day, the update from our friends there at OOIDA in Landline magazine said lawmakers in that state sending a clear message. Unsafe truck drivers have no place behind the wheel. What really set the wheels in motion there was the deadly crash in July, where the Pennsylvania state trooper was killed on I-81 while he was inspecting another truck. Struck by a commercial vehicle driven by a man described as an illegal alien. Several changes are under review at the State House to crack down on unqualified drivers. Shady CDL schools and trucking companies that ignore safety laws are also in the crosshairs there. Starting with Pennsylvania cracking down on the CDL mills, as they call it, taking students' money but not giving them the training they need. The new law tightens training rules and raises the stakes for illegal truck driving schools. Senator Judy Ward said, earning a CDL takes hard work. Many applicants turn to private schools for help. Now, by holding the unlicensed training schools accountable, we can better protect drivers and make sure future truck drivers get the skills they need and understand the responsibility that comes with a CDL. The Department of Education can now shut down truck driving schools that break the rules. Fines going from $2,500 currently bumped up to $25,000. Schools can still challenge violations through a hearing, but the Commonwealth's trucking industry, we depend on highly skilled, well-trained professionals to keep the economy moving. A CDL should represent quality training. This would reinforce those standards to keep families safe. English proficiency next. Another proposal tightening those rules. Immigration status is also part of that debate. Under the bill, a truck driver who cannot meet the English requirement during an inspection is placed out of service immediately. Drivers would have to communicate with the public, read road signs, answer officers' questions, and complete required reports in English. Violators face a $500 fine, losing their CDL privileges for 1 year. Before returning to work, drivers would have to pass a state-approved test. Third-party testing companies and the Pennsylvania DOT would also have to verify that applicants meet the English standard. PennDOT will be required to give all future CDL tests only in English. Right now, they can take the test in English or Spanish. Now, the proposed rule would cover both the knowledge and skills test. Electronic translators and other translation materials would not be allowed. This also states that out-of-state CDLs are valid in Pennsylvania only if the truck driver meets the English standard. So no matter where you're from, you can be placed out of service immediately. Legal immigrants who hold CDLs from other countries would not be exempt from Pennsylvania's testing rules when applying for a state CDL. Out-of-state CDL holders seeking a Pennsylvania license would also have to prove they meet the English standard. While Pennsylvania has endeavored to comply with federal English proficiency and immigration requirements for CDLs, we must further strengthen state law. All right, Louis Pugh commenting there. There's a separate bill that takes a similar approach. Senate Bill 1295 would require every CDL test in Pennsylvania be given only in English. CDL manuals could be offered still in other languages. The Senate approved the bill. It's in the House Transportation Committee right now. Lawmakers also want stronger consequences for drivers who ignore out-of-service orders. First violation would cost a driver their CDL for 1 year. Second violation could end that driver's trucking career once and for all. Trucking companies that knowingly use truck drivers who do not meet the safety requirements, they could also face fines up to $3,000. That legislation, that's Senate Bill 1296, that is in the Senate Appropriations Committee. Lastly, lawmakers also taking aim at drivers whose careless actions take a life. They approved a bill that would raise the maximum fine for causing unintentional death. The fine would increase from $500 to $2,500. Drivers could lose their license for up to 2 years. Ward said human life should never be reduced to simply a small fine. So there you go. Pennsylvania, do it. They were one of those who had been on the list, issuing way too many of those non-domiciled CDLs, not really following the English proficiency guidelines. So it's good to see they're actually taking some of the appropriate steps. Meanwhile, separate news, totally changing gears. I guess we had a little bit of an incident here earlier this week involving Marine One. That would be the president's helicopter. The Federal Aviation Administration investigating a traffic safety incident Tuesday, which was carrying President Trump and another aircraft after commercial air traffic reportedly was not halted before the presidential helicopter departed from the White House. Tuesday afternoon, as he was departing aboard Marine One from the White House Ellipse en route to Joint Base Andrews, before boarding Air Force One, where he was going to be headed to California. Now, they say commercial flights at nearby Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport continued operating, even though established safety procedures generally require traffic to be stopped before Marine One takes off. Now, they are reviewing whether the incident resulted in a loss of required aircraft separation, as they call it. They stressed it did not appear to involve a dangerous near collision in this case, but they are indeed investigating the incident. Didn't appear to be a close call. The aircraft apparently were not converging, but regulations require aircraft to maintain at least 1.5 miles apart horizontally and 500 feet vertically in such situations. While officials believe the required separation might not have been maintained, both aircraft did ultimately land safely without incident. Flight tracking data identified the commercial aircraft as Envoy Air Flight 3742. That's an American Airlines regional jet that was bound for Pensacola, Florida. Spokesperson for the White House said there was never any danger. Marine One flights piloted by the best aviators in the world, and at no point was the president in harm's way. Air traffic control audio reviewed by multiple news outlets indicates Marine One's crew notified Reagan National's control tower they were preparing for departure. Controllers later advised the helicopter crew that a commercial passenger jet was taking off. Marine One's crew acknowledged seeing the aircraft, briefly delayed the helicopter's departure before then continuing to Joint Base Andrews. I guess they're reviewing the communication between the helicopter crew and the air traffic controllers to determine why commercial operations were not paused as expected. The agency plans to convene a safety review team to examine the incident. Now, all this as federal officials continue to monitor operations around Reagan National following that mid-air collision. We've seen this scenario before, right, between the Army Black Hawk helicopter and the American Airlines regional jet that killed 67 people. Since that incident, the FAA has imposed tighter restrictions on helicopter traffic near the airport, including procedures intended to prevent helicopters and commercial jets from operating simultaneously in the immediate area there. All right, we've had a lot of space talk this week. Again, as Philip mentioned earlier, I did come across one video, but after first viewing, I said that's artificial intelligence generated. It was way too clear, way too high definition. I said if that was real, every media outlet would have been using it. So, haven't found any real, like video or photographic experiencing the collision with the SpaceX booster rocket in the moon. But it didn't bring up a lot of discussion about the amount of satellite and, I guess, space debris that's floating all around out there. They tell us SpaceX has burned up 260 Starlink satellites in just 6 months' time. Scientists right now studying what that means for Earth's atmosphere. SpaceX has been launching these Starlink satellites for years, and I think the life expectancy, needless to say, many of them are already reaching that point in time where they have to deorbit, bring them back, burn them up. Between December of last year and May of this, as we said, SpaceX intentionally deorbited 260 retired Starlink satellites, guiding them into the atmosphere of the Earth, where they completely burn up during reentry. They had entered the end of their operational lives, deliberately disposed of to reduce that risk of long-term space debris out there. Another 349 satellites were also retired during the same period and expected to be re-entering here in the coming months in the future. This particular method is a key part of Starlink's design. Rather than leaving inactive spacecraft in orbit for decades, the satellites are directed back into the atmosphere where they're largely destroyed by the intense heat of re-entry. As the Starlink constellation continues to grow, we are now more than 10,000 and plans for many thousands more. Scientists, they say, are paying close attention to the long-term environmental effects of these rather frequent burn-ups. One concern is the release of aluminum oxide and other materials high in the atmosphere as the satellites vaporize. Still looking into whether a large number of satellite reentries could actually affect atmospheric chemistry or ozone. Right now, no scientific consensus that these effects pose any sort of environmental risk, but many experts argue more research is needed as all these satellite constellations continue to expand. The debate also reaching regulators. The Federal Communication Commission is talking about maybe changes that could exempt certain satellite operations from environmental reviews, while researchers continue calling for more detailed studies before the number of satellite reentries increases even more. But we are rapidly entering what they call an era of mega constellations. The challenge, no longer just keeping space free of debris, it's understanding how our growing presence in orbit may actually affect the atmosphere below. All right, let's get an NTPA update here on a Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All eyes were on Fort Recovery, Ohio last weekend, and for good reason. 8 Grand National classes were scheduled to hit the track for 3 sessions of action over the course of 2 days. Coming to you from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. While everyone was expecting 3 sessions, only 1 got to finish every class due to Mother Nature. Opening the weekend on Friday was the Superstock Diesels, and that belonged to Kent Payne as he took the top 2 spots ahead of Kyle Holland, who finished up in 3rd. Moving on to the AP1 Insurance and Premier Crop Modified Minis, a big class of 18 made the trip, with Grant Theobald taking the win by edging out Dusty Price. Grant tugged the sled 351.7, which edged out Dusty's 351.3. Rounding out the podium was Adam Bauer with a pull of 348 aboard Iron Toy. One of my personal favorite classes are the 2-wheel drive trucks, and they were strong. After 22 trucks hooked, Russ Nichols took On the Edge 351, which was good enough for the win. Chase Richardson, Suffering Sanity, took 2nd with a pull of 348, ahead of Daniel Johnson holding down 3rd. The Superstock Diesel 4x4 truck saw Trip Hazley pilot the Rock Hard Ram to the top spot after going 343, which edged out Craig Dickey and Todd Dugan. The High Torque Super Farms had a tight class, with Stan Warda getting another win this season as he barely got past Dan Schulte and Greg Freeze. Fan favorites, the Dr. Preloaded Super Semis, always put on a show, and last weekend was no different. Pete Miller had the Pet Coon firing on all cylinders as he took the win after going 366. Joseph Barber took 2nd, and Doug Miller came in 3rd. Wrapping up the evening were the Unlimited Mods. Wayne Purser had Uncle Sam going to the top of the standings after getting all 4 Hemis to work perfectly together as he had a very strong pull of 330. Adam Bauer took cross-threaded to 2nd with a pull of 317, and rounding out the top 3 was Doug Theobald. As great as the polling was on Friday, everyone expected a great Saturday, and it started off just as everyone expected. The GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light mods were fantastic. Luke Krozek had his tractor he calls Making Sense to the top spot with a pull of 342.9, just edging out Chase Richardson and Tag Team with his pull of 342 even. Chase Smith also finished up on the podium. Unfortunately, only the light mods were able to hook on Saturday as Mother Nature seemed that there was too much excitement and let the skies open up, canceling the rest of Session 2 and all of Session 3. Looking at the upcoming schedule of polls, it's another busy week. The Grand National Tour heads to Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell. Starting Thursday evening, there are 5 sessions of polling over 3 days. So it's a weekend of truck and tractor pulling. Making the trip will be the Superstock Opens, two-wheel drives, Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks, modified minis, light mods, Pro Stock 4.1s, four-wheel drives, light Superstocks, Superstock Diesels, Super Farms, Pro Stocks, and semis. That's a lot of pullers making their way to Iowa, and you can watch every session on fullpull.live. You can also catch polls this week in Cassonopolis, Michigan, Monroe, Michigan, Lisbon, Ohio, Eaton, Ohio, and Urbana, Ohio, with Region 2 hooking at all 5 events. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
There we go, kind of heading down the home stretch here. Start looking toward the weekend, right? Be here before you know it. Hey, shout out to 5-7. Good to have you on board. Semper Fi. Oh, I'm sorry. He's Go Navy. Go Navy. Hey, did we hear from Truck and Phil? Yeah, sure did. Happy terrific Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybell. All right, how about a big shout out to the retired Knucklebuster and all the veterans out there. Get her done. Yeah, it looks like not a bad day. 68 to start, 79 a high, but yeah, a good chance of showers. 85% today for Fort Wayne. 66 with 78 for a high. Newaygo, Michigan. All right. Be safe out there, drivers, and Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Yeah, final moments. Yeah, I've never even heard of this particular watch brand. I guess because I couldn't afford to purchase a $140,000 watch. You think? Audemars. The Peugeot trademarks. I guess there's fakes all over the place out there. Customs and Border Protection announced a seizure. $28 million fraud value, but we're talking 200 counterfeit watches at the port of Louisville. that were coming in from Hong Kong. They were bound for Illinois. Probably going to end up on the streets of Chicago. It was pulled for inspection. The discovery of 200 watches bearing the Audemars Peugeot, which is a Swiss luxury brand. They suggested retail price. They would have been valued at $28 million. That would be, like I said, $140,000 per watch. All right. Officers are trained to identify illicit shipments and work diligently for the American consumer to stop the flow of unlawful trade. Also at the Port of Louisville, they said they seized 375 other counterfeit watches worth more than like $54 million potential sale price. If the price sounds too good to be true, there's probably a region, It's like, all right, clear it out here on a Thursday. Safe travels. We'll be back for a casual Friday edition at the midnight hour tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,